Hello, everyone. It's here again. It's Wednesday, and welcome, Delboy, so much. And it's episode. I always give you a check. 121.
I know.
121 is great. We're heading further and further out there as we will continue every week. But me waffling on. All you want to know is, and I say it every week. Yeah, what have you been watching, lad?
Yeah, hello everybody, and I always look at that number and go 1 to 1. Oh, I'm having a 1 to 1, am I? Oh, okay. Like that. But anyway, I haven't watched too much. I'm afraid it's one of those weeks where I've just been all over the place. But what it's not about really probably how many you watched. It's more about what the quality is, I suppose. I've always looked at it like that. And there were 2 Ridley Scott films. One of them I watched from Laserdisc, and the other one I watched from DVD, believe it or not, because I haven't got it on Blu-ray or 4K, so I need to look into that. So the Laserdisc one was Black Rain.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I love Black Rain. I've got that on Blu-ray, but I watched it from Laserdisc because somebody told me that on Laserdisc a lot of Ridley Scott's early films were an extra on the disc. So I was started to go through my collection because he wrote his first, believe it or not, his first film in 1961, which was a student film, was A Boy and His Bike, right? And it starred his brother, right, Tony Scott, and it cost 200. It cost I think it was £250 or something to make. It was done on 16mm film. It was a lot of money back in 1961. It was all about a boy wagging off of school on his bike and thinking that he was totally alone in the world because everybody else was at school and all of that sort of stuff. So he'd got a packet of fags and was smoking and saying, about how empty the world seemed and all of this sort of stuff. 1961. And then then there was a documentary on there about his work in advertisement, which is how both his brother and him made their names. He did the original Hovis advert well, he actually directed you, didn't he? I mean, back in 1970 something, the Captain Birdseye adverts and so you should know him really well.
Oh yeah, good old Ridley. Yeah.
But so of course I went through looking for that, and I found while I was looking through that, I was looking at other Ridley Scott films that I've got, but I didn't watch them on Laserdisc. The next one I watched of his was 1492, Conquest of Paradise.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, that's a film that's divided probably a little bit because I think some people think that there's a stepping stone between all the good stuff and the stuff that's sort of like mediocre and good afterwards. And this is a 1992 film, and so before then you had Thelma and Louise and a lot of stuff. But after that, you've got films where you go, "What did he direct that? I didn't even know that. That's an average film." Blah 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 blah. 1492. Wow. I really loved it. Then again, it was the second film that I think he did the music with Vangelis.
Yeah.
First one being Blade Runner. And this is where the next film comes from, by the way. So 1492 is a great film if you watch it. But I like period films. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the next film that I watched, which is another class act, and I watched it because of what was going on last week, and that was Chariots of Fire.
Oh yeah.
And I think I thought, I really fancy, after I've watched 1492 with the Vangelis music going, I really fancy watching another film with Vangelis in.
Yeah.
And so I put Chariots of Fire on, which I think a lot of people know what that's about.
Mm-hmm.
That's another period film about runners, the mile and all of that sort of stuff. It's a great film. in fact, actually, a lot of people might turn around and go, Chariots of Fire is the better film between 1492. I don't look at it like that. They were both great films.
Yeah.
They're two totally different types of films.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot, by the way, that Sigourney Weaver was in 1492, Conquest of Paradise. Forgot she was in it. She was in the film Alien, weren't she? So,
yeah. Well, if you look at her filmography, Sigourney Weaver, you'll be I think she's absolutely wonderful. The amount of films she's been in, or appearances, surprise people, I think. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. Going on.
No. So, I mean, so there's Chariots of Fire, Black Rain, 1492, Conquest of Paradise. As I said, sometimes it's not about how much you've watched. It's more about sort of like the quality. And out of all of those films, I couldn't really choose one which I thought, oh, that's better than that one. They were just all drastically different and all, in my eyes, so enjoyable to watch. They distracted me, and I thought they were great. Because a lot of the stuff I also get to watch is on TV. ITV are going mad with Bond at the moment.
Again,
yeah. So obviously the two films that were on this week were both Roger Moore films, Moonraker and Octopussy. So I watched both of those. I think that's what made me look. I asked a question about where Moonraker was filmed, and I was surprised to hear that because it was a French co-production, the main spaceship was not done at Pinewood Studios, which is where you'd think it would be on the 007 stage. It was done in France. And that's an incredible set. If you look at it, it's almost as impressive as the submarine sets in The Spy Who Loved Me and everything else. You know, there's always an evil person's lair, isn't there? That's always like under a volcano or something, right? And they've always built it on the Pinewood 007 soundstage. Yeah. This one was filmed in France, which meant that they couldn't have as well the actor that they wanted for the villain. And they had to have a French villain. That's why, the villain from Moonraker is French, because the laws are that if you have a co-production, then a certain percentage of the film has to be French.
Yeah,
which is why it was filmed not at Pinewood Studios; it was in France. The technicians, therefore, had laws that said you can't work longer than 12 hours or something per day on building the sets, and they knew that they only had so long to build it. So they looked at the design. Apparently there's a story. They looked at the designs of the building for building this set, and they loved it so much that they actually did the overtime but didn't say they were doing it so they could get it finished. And they went unpaid. They just loved it. They wanted to finish it and show off how good the sets looked. I think it shows. I mean, every time I look at Moonraker now and I see them walking around those catwalks and all of that sort of stuff, through those tubes and all that sort of stuff, it looks really, really good. It doesn't get over the fact that it's still Bond in space.
It is,
I mean? And oh, by the way, I've just noticed that Rocket Bunny's in. Rocket Bunny, well done. Well, thank you for coming back, and I hope everything's okay with your family. I've been thinking about you an awful lot. And Sigourney Weaver's in Doc Martin. But anyway, so Octopussy and Moonraker, I would say Moonraker is better than Octopussy, but Octopussy has its moments.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They also said that it's Shirley Bassey's least favorite track of her 3 that she did for the James Bond films is Moonraker. So there you go. And the last film is a classic, but it was on TV 2 nights ago. Yeah, it was Monday, and that was Apollo 13.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, that's a class film. And I mean, what happened with that when I was watching that? I was watching the launch, the launch of the rocket, and I remember that when I went over to the States, I had that music on tape, listening to it while going through Death Valley.
Yeah.
Along with Forrest Gump soundtrack, Apollo 13 soundtrack, a number of others. And it's amazing how you listen to music and you look at what's going on around you, and everything can be transformed. And obviously, I was going through a desert, but I was looking at all the oranges and browns, going through Death Valley, and I was just loving the music. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So that was great, and pretty much those were the films that I saw. Other than last night, it's funny because David Marshall, who comes in here, said that he asked me a question. He said that he'd watched Untouchables.
Oh yeah,
and wanted to say how much he loved the score, and I went into a talk about Ennio Morricone, like I would do, because that's who did that score. And it was on last night on BBC One, wasn't it? 10:30.
Yeah.
So I ended up watching that, and I did this big long talk about the gunfire lullaby, machine gun lullaby, which is the famous scene with the baby going down the steps in slow motion while all the guns are firing off. That's where I started to fall asleep last night, because it was on at 10:30 and the film's about 2.5 hours long.
Yeah.
And of course, I was getting very, very tired. But Untouchables, what a great film. Not too much to say about that. Sean Connery is the standout from that film, even though Kevin Costner has got a great performance. You got, I think it's Robert De Niro, isn't it, who's Capone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Robert De Niro, yeah.
So it was great to watch something that David watched so close together. And it was eerie because I was talking about the music in it, and it turned up on telly this week. Yeah. So I'm going, how weird's that?
Yeah.
That's it. I've got nothing else to say other than, oh my God, class films, not too many. And of course, nothing this week has arrived in the post. So it's a pretty quiet
one of those
week for me in regards to films that have arrived in the post. So there you go. And I'm looking forward now to Tony York Corner. If you haven't done something with Tony York, then I think he's probably not going to turn up ever again.
He might do, but there is no Tony York Corner again this week.
Oh, bloody hell, matey. Come on, you've got to just take one off the shelf and watch it.
I think
you just got to take one off the shelf. I mean, it must be every other disc on your shelf. It must be a Tony York disc.
I can do a quick plug here. You never know. By my Sunday episode, there may be some Tony York Corner. So all is not lost, you Tony York Corner fans. Yeah. Right. Okay, let's just get on with it. Right. Now, this is not surprising because I've been watching the Karnstein trilogy. So, Hammer, of course. There's always a Hammer, isn't there? And so this week, I've watched Lust for a Vampire. Now, this is 1971, and it's directed by Jimmy Sangster again, often used by Hammer, very much part of Hammer. But what can I say? This film, now, it does very much follow that sort of more nudity, getting the X-rated video. But there are two big problems, in my opinion, with this film. It's a follow-up to the first film. And the first film had Ingrid Pitt in it. And she's not in this. She's not in this. That's a bad thing. The second thing, there's no Peter Cushing. He wasn't available. I think it was, again, to do with his wife. His wife was quite ill. He was looking after his wife, and she died. She may even have died by this time. So obviously he's not working at that particular moment, though he does come back pretty quickly into work. So It's following this story of the Kleinstein trilogy, the Mikala character and Camellia, and the star actress in this is somebody I've never heard of, but we'll give the name Jutta Stengard. A claim to fame, though, is, and I don't remember her in the film. She must have been hiding in the background. She was in Carry On Again, Doctor, 1969. She was in Carry On Loving, 1970. And I don't remember at all in the Carry On films, but a lot of women popped up in Carry On films that were in the background and more just around. So they weren't necessarily starring it. Now, and
she was probably just kicking about the canteen, and he said, "Yeah, do you want to just come in and be an extra?" So
yeah, yeah, that's what probably happened. That's what the kind of thing they did. Cheap budget, don't pay them much.
It all depends. What you'd have to do is look at the back of that, because I notice it's another slipcover. A lot of your Hammer films have got slipcovers. I will say that.
I was lucky. This is a nice slipcover. These Studio Canal ones.
No, a lot of your Hammer ones have got slipcovers. I don't know whether you've been extremely lucky or what. But if you look at the back of that, and then you look at the dates of when those carry-ons were on, you'll probably find that they're pretty close together.
Yeah, as the carry-ons 1970, 1969. This is 1971. So there we are.
Yeah, but you mentioned a couple there. You said Carry On.
Yeah, it was Carry On Loving and Carry On.
I think Carry On Loving is 1970, isn't it?
Yeah. Carry On Loving is 1970. Carry On Again, Doctor is 1969. So the Carry Ons were before this.
But I weren't far off, but you don't know when they were. You see, the thing is, that's when they were broadcast, but when they were being made.
Yeah.
But no, the carry-ons were pretty much done, and they were done and out the door in months.
Yeah. The other horror film at the time as well, which I do remember, is Scream and Scream Again. That's 1970, before this. So she's in those. But I suppose the only real recognizable Hammer person in this, and as I said at the time, Hammer were trying to push him as an actor, is Ralph Bates. He plays a rather odd kind of character. He plays this Giles, who's a school teacher. Again, seeing him like that, you feel this film, it's something just not quite gelling about this film. And there's no real lead actor to do it. There is this writer called Richard Lestrange, played by Michael Johnson, and I think it was his only ever film role, because I've looked him up. I can't find anything on him, and everybody at the time was saying how boring and bad his performance was, and it's right. I mean, he's just not carrying. He's an important part of the film, is this character. He's a writer, supposedly going around. He's going to write his novel, and he's going everywhere. And he's so bland. He's so bland as an actor. No wonder he didn't have a career. So already you're feeling when you're watching this that it is not a good film, which is a shame, because, to be honest, most of the Hammer films I really think are always a good high standard. Thank heavens for the next one, which is Twins of Evil, which is a brilliant film. Peter Cushing's back. We're back on board again. It's just a shame that, but it's bound to happen. You can't. I get so carried away with Hammer. There are bound to be some ones that don't do as well, and this is one. But it just tells you how, to me, Peter Cushing was such a big, massive part of Hammer, bigger than Christopher Lee, because he carries Hammer, does Peter Cushing, and he was always willing to carry on and do them as long as he could, which he did. Because he carried on. I mean, the Twins of Evil, the next one, which I'll talk about next week, but still is a great film. So they do go back on form. But this, it's set in 1830s, which is supposedly 40 years after the events of the Vampire Lovers, and you've got the Count and Countess of Karnstein, and they just hang around. You just see these scenes of them hanging around, and you're thinking, don't you do anything but hang around doing much? And they raise the body of their daughter. That's the other thing. The Carmilla character, they raise her from the dead, and they all sit round, and you get this novelist who's going round wanting to write a book about it all, and everybody's going, oh God, not him, he's boring. And I say Ralph Bates is a teacher at this posh girls' finishing school as well, which again it just doesn't seem to work. There are these all from posh backgrounds, all these girls, and one of them, the stupid teacher Richard Lestrange, his character, he comes and he falls in love. He just sees this girl and says, oh, I'm in love with you. You're thinking, what a plonker he is. You don't know her. And of course, she's one of the vampires. Stupid twat. You know, I mean, it just gets worse, this film. And the other thing, which is a real cop-out, at the end, the sort of Count and Countess, they're set on fire. But they're all they're stood there going, oh, you can't touch us. Fire doesn't do anything to us. And they're just sat there and you're thinking, how stupid is that? Fire normally works against vampires. They're trying to be different for the sake of it. And it doesn't blooming well work. The whole thing. So generally, this is my view of this film. I'm glad I watched it again, but it's not a very good Hammer film. Really, no. It isn't. It just doesn't work. Right now, the next one is a good step back in time, and this is this one. It's called The Good Die Young from 1954, and it's directed by Lewis Gilbert. Now, Lewis Gilbert is very interesting. He directed Kosh Boy, which again is a film that will probably come up in the next few weeks that I'll talk about, which has got Joan Collins in. This has also got Joan Collins in it as well, but she's a very young Joan Collins. Not a massive role in it, but this director, he directed Reach for the Sky, which is a classic war film, but then Alfie and my favorite Bond film, You Only Live Twice. He directed that in 1967. The Spy Who Loved Me, there you are, 1977. Moonraker, 1979. So he directed some good quality Bond films.
Yeah.
I'd say they were very good. He also did, which I didn't know, which surprised me, Educating Rita, 1983. Which I like, Educating Rita. Michael Caine is really good in that. And I've forgotten the name of the other actress, but I like that film a lot. A film that I have not seen and have no intention of seeing is Shirley Valentine. He directed that, and that just.
I saw that originally when it came out, and I've never watched it again since. It's one of those ones that I think it's one that my mum would like, and I just.
That's right. It got overdone at the time. Everybody, you gotta see Shirley Valentine. It's a wonderful romantic kind of.
Educating Rita is a different kettle of fish.
Oh, Educating Rita's smart.
Because even though it's a drama and it's based on, it's a play and everything, and and Shirley Valentine is a similar thing. I'm more inclined to be sympathetic towards Educating Rita than I am Shirley Valentine, which is more about a woman in the middle of a crisis that basically has an affair, or and all that sort of stuff. And Educating Rita is about a woman that that basically tries to change her life, going to school and comes across a teacher that's basically thinking about that his life is at an end.
Exactly.
So. Yeah, I mean, Anyway, carry on. So I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but it's true. I think actually, I would rate that as one of Michael Caine's best roles. He has done some great roles, but he's really good.
The weird thing about that you were mentioning all the way through there is that The Spy Who Loved Me, if I remember rightly, was a synthesizer score.
Right.
Educating Rita is a synthesizer score. I think a lot of the ones that you were mentioning there, the
Moonraker he did, which you talked about before, didn't we? We was talking about Moonraker.
Yeah,
he did that one.
It's just that I think the guy's called Marvin Hamlish. He did a track called Bond 77, which in most polls it's considered the best action music in a Bond film. Right, that's the bit at the beginning where he's skiing and all of that sort of stuff, and jumps off the cliff. It's a synthesizer. It's not a John Barry score, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. John Barry is more the jazz, because he used to compose in a jazz band. John Barry, same as John Williams, by the way.
Yeah.
He was called Johnny Williams.
Yes. Yeah.
And one of the first scores that he did was A Guide to a Married Man.
Yeah.
Which has got Walter Matthau in.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Okay.
You see how films go off it like octopus tentacles.
Well, what interests me is that this director, we go, right up to 1989. I mean, this is 1954, and Kosh Boy he did the year before, which I think is really good. And he did war films like Reach for the Sky, which is a brilliant, with Kenneth More and absolutely wonderful. Sink the Bismarck, all great things. Alfie, I mean, what a film Alfie is. Alfie's a great film. So I mean, it's good to see how when they've got a lot of varied films and going way back, going back to the 50s. It's fantastic. Anyhow, this film has got Lawrence Harvey, and when I see him, I think Lawrence Harvey is such a tragic thing because he died far too young, and he's brilliant. He does tend to play bad characters. He's brilliant in this. Quite a posh kind of character, but then we've got Stanley Baker, who I think is always fantastic. We've got Richard Basehart in here as well. Richard Basehart, I always love to see him in these earlier roles. He plays Joe. And we've got another, I've not heard of him, but he goes back, John Ireland, who plays Eddie. And I said we've got Joan Collins. And there's even an appearance by Robert Morley. It's not very big, but Robert Morley pops up.
Based on that era, I'm surprised Diana Dawes isn't in it.
Yeah, you wonder, don't you?
Because I mean, she was in just about everything around about that time.
I mean, Joan Collins is very young. She plays this young girl who's pregnant, who's got this overbearing mother. The thing is, she's really good. She really stands out already. You can see Joan Collins is going to become a good actress. She's only young, but she's got the beautiful. She looks beautiful, looks young. But she's got the quality with her, which is good. So I mean, this story is basically it starts off. There's these four men in a car, and they're about to do a robbery. And out of the four men, you realize that three of them are actually quite good guys, but circumstances and events have put them into that situation where they've got to be there. But the psychopathic character played by Lawrence Harvey is going to be a big problem, and which ultimately he is. But these other guys, they're just having such bad situation. Stanley Baker, for instance, is a boxer. He plays this boxer whose career is ruined when he boxes with a broken hand. It's all tied up. and they shouldn't. It was supposedly illegal. They weren't supposed to do that, and he does, and it absolutely ruins it. He has to have his hand amputated. So there you are. He's already at a disadvantage, and he's got to go and find a job, and he's really bitter, and he's lost his money. He had his savings. He had £1,000 savings, which is a lot of money in those days, and he was hoping to buy his own business. And what happened was his wife gave that money away because her brother, who was a gambler, useless, always came along, and she gave him the money. So he's already a very unlucky guy, not of his fault. And Richard Basehart, he's married to this film star, and she's doesn't treat him well, absolutely just hopeless. And then the John Dylan character, he's this Air Force guy, and he's got a problem. He wants his wife to come back with him to America, but she's got this awful character. Oh, it's just sad. But what happens is they end up, these three, meeting together, and then the Lawrence Harvey character sort of muscles in on them in this bar, and they all stand there, and he says, "Oh, I can help solve your problems." And they think at first, "No, we're not going to do this," but it gets to a point where they say, "Yeah, we'll go and do it." He makes it sound really easy, but I think the real point where you see how things are is that they say, "Oh, we don't need guns," but he says, "Oh no, you're going to need guns. We won't use them." So he gives them all guns, and you know that they won't use the guns, but he will, and that's the whole undoing of the film. Very good. It's not a massive film, but it's a British film, and I think it's enjoyable to watch. It's a very enjoyable film, and it's good to see British films in 1950s. And finally, I've watched this one, and this one I could talk about this one for a long time, but I better not go on too much about it. Cat People, 1942. It's produced, that's the important thing, by Val Lewton. Val Lewton was a massive producer in terms of horror films in the 1940s. He commissioned, I think there's about 7 of them, and this is one of them. And this, of course, was redone. There was a remake of this, which is actually, I really like the remake. I just mentioned this one, which is the Natasha Kinski one.
I think that's the one that the one that most people recognize.
Yeah, but this is the original one, and this one has got such a good reputation.
I saw that one that you're talking about there on BBC Two, I think.
Yeah. Oh, this is the sort of thing that would have been like a movie drone one, because it's pretty special. It's got a lot going on in this film.
I think it was just a horror double bill, like they showed Frankenstein monster and Cat People. Or something
you look at this film and you just think, wow. And this director was a French bloke. His sort of films, I've not really seen any of them, really. There's The Leopard Man, which is similar, 1943, Days of Glory, 1944. Night of the Demon, on the other hand, I've seen and probably talked about, I think, previous weeks. That's 1957. And the others, The Comedy of Terrors, 1964, War Gods of the Deep, 1965. I don't really know much, but he's a French filmmaker involved in this. And the lead actress, who I think is absolutely stunning. Wow, she's just one of those actresses from that 40s period that you think, wow, she's just looks fantastic. Her name was Simone Simon, and she was in the follow-up. They did a sequel, The Curse of the Cat People, which was in 1944, which I must get in my collection. I haven't got that one. And then she did a film, which was a period sort of drama, which was Mademoiselle Fifi, 1944. Then she did Olivier, 1941. The Woman in Blue, 1973. I don't know of these films, but she was in that. And then the other bloke who is important in this is Kent Smith. He plays a character called Oliver Reed. I wonder if Oliver Reed's parents thought, hey, yeah, we should call our lad Oliver. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
I'm just going to go and check on my mummy, and so I won't be a minute.
So, and he, of course, was in the sequel, Curse of the Cat People, 1944. And he was also in another film that I've mentioned, a Western, Comanche, 1956. Death of a Gunfighter, which is a pretty good film, 1969. And also Die, Sister Die, 1972. I don't know much about that film, but it sounds like one of those films from that sort of period. Yeah. Also, I should have mentioned the other favorite film that Val Lewton was involved with, and with this director, is I Walked with a Zombie, which at the time was quite I think a terrifying film of that horror period. Some really good films. So I suppose this film, it's about this woman called Irene, and she's from Serbia, and she's a fashion illustrator. And we see her right at the beginning of the film. She's looking into this cage and doing these sketches, and it's a panther inside this cage, and she's doing these sort of interesting things, but she keeps tearing them up, throwing them around. They're not right. And this is when she meets this other character, Oliver, and before you know it, Bob's your uncle. I'm in love with you. It's amazing how many people fall in love so quickly. And then you get married. Yes. Bliss, you're saying, but is it? Because he discovers that when he actually is married to her, she won't consummate the marriage. Putting it simply, he says he's very patient. She's got her own reasons why she won't consummate the marriage. And it becomes quite clear because she is fascinated by all these stories, folk stories about in Serbia, about this race of people called cat people, the cat people, then she starts behaving quite strangely as we see her. And also other things, there are other examples, like, for instance, she goes into this pet shop and the whole pet shop just goes wild, all these pets. And the cat, he buys her a cat, and the cat just goes absolutely berserk. So there's obviously something not quite right here. And it's very well done, this film. It keeps you going. But I know once they sort of, you get an idea of what is going to happen. It is brilliant. You see things start happening at this zoo, for instance. Yes. There's these strange paw marks which appear where the panther is escaped. And then you get sheep that have been killed. And they're found, oh, look, there's a sheep there. They've just, what's it doing? Oh, it's been killed. And you get these paw marks all over. And then these paw marks change into sort of normal feet. And they look like women's feet. Another big clue there. So what is happening, of course, is that she is a descendant of the cat people, and it just works well. The thing is, what makes this film is so creepy, and this is why I think it's talked about, is it didn't have a massive budget, because the idea for Val Lewton was to get these horror films out as quickly as possible and made on a very cheap budget. But the director is so skilled at what he does. He's able to squeeze everything out of this budget. We get these wonderful, because it's in black and white. It's black and white. You get all these shadows, and they look so brilliant to look at. Absolutely fascinating. The whole cinematography, it's got that eerie feel. It's so eerie, and done so well. And she is fantastic. I think she really is able to give us such a good performance. Absolutely, just so impressed watching this. And I'm thinking, this is 1942. It shows you that directors in the past could create really good horror films, following on from Universal. So, we had all the Universal horror films, which are really impressive. And then you've got other people who are using them, the sort of template of them, and then creating their own. And this is what Val Lewton did. And he realized that there was money to be made, because this one they put out and it was an immediate box office success. It made a hell of a lot of money. Yeah. And so immediately, if you're a producer, you're going to be attracted to this, because you're not putting in much money as a producer. And then it's just taking a whole load of money, and that'll finance more. This is what this producer realized, and that's why they produced all these films, and were able to create a whole atmosphere around all that they did, and get just some great performances from the actors, which is absolutely fantastic. And I think this stands up as a really important piece of horror from the 1940s. It is that good. It's outstanding filmmaking. Hitchcock would have been looking at this film and thinking, wow, what are they doing here? He would have been interested in some of the ideas. All directors, a lot of directors, I bet you could say a lot of directors that were to become great big directors would have been looking at a film like this and thinking, yeah, that gives me some really good ideas. I can imagine Terence Fisher going, oh, yeah, we've got our own way, our own brand with Hammer. But yeah, the ideas behind that we could use. And I think of things like Plague of the Zombies, which is full of atmosphere, you could link it straight back to a film like this. You could just see, and this is what's so fascinating of film, is that you get directors who get influenced by other films that they've seen and want to replicate that, and then bring their own vision to the table, which they do, and that's a sign of a really good director. So I think this film, I just love it. And I must say, I must try and get hold of The Curse of the Cat People, because it's the same cast. I must watch it again. But I loved it anyhow. And I don't have many of them, but it's actually on. This is on the Criterion label, which is unusual. So I ain't got many Criterion there, but it's good. Yeah. Maybe I'll watch this again now. It's made me encouraged to think you might watch that one again, the remake. So I enjoyed that one. It's got Malcolm McDowell as well as in there. who's always good to watch. So that's my no Tony York corner. You must be suitably impressed. No Tony York corner. Right then. So we'll get on with the comments. And we have got here Si saying, evening all. Hello, Si. Welcome as always. Thank you. And then we have got Rocket Bunny. Hello, Rocket Bunny. Welcome. I know Delboy mentioned you earlier. Good evening, gents and Si. Apologies. It's been a while. Hope everyone is doing well. Well, thank you for joining us. And then Rocket Bunny says, speaking of Sigourney Weaver, I was watching an episode of Doc Martin, with my dad last week, and had to do a double take when she turned up in that. A very normal character at that. I've never watched Doc Martin. I know it's a popular
she's from America and comes into the village, and she seems to. I think what it is, she was introduced because she was friendly with the person who owns the drugstore or something in real life, and they couldn't believe their luck when she said, "Yeah, I'll come on your show." But anyway, it's nice to see the little bastard Rocket Bunny back. You know, I've got to do my Delboy welcome, the little shit. So there we go.
There you are. Nice welcome. And then we have got Stephen Taylor. Hello, Stephen. And it says, evening, everyone. It's the first day in about 2 months. We've had rain down here in Kent. Yeah, we had a little bit of rain earlier. It seems to have stopped. But, wow, it's badly needed, isn't it? Let's hope you're all getting some rain. We need the rain.
Yeah.
Badly. All these brown... everywhere, the grass and what have you. And then Si says, hi, Rocket Bunny and Stephen. Stephen says, hi, evening, Si. And then Dave Marshall, great film, Untouchables. Hi, fellow film lovers. Well, thank you, David, again.
It's just eerie that he mentioned that. It was on BBC One last night.
Yeah, and you were talking about it, and there we are. Yes, we're all up to date, aren't we? And then Slipknot is, hello, Slipknot, welcome. He's saying to Si, Rocket Bunny, Stephen Taylor, David, good evening. Say thank you, Slipknot. And then Si saying, hi, David. And then Rocket Bunny, which part of Kent, Stephen? I'm just north of Sittingbourne here. We had a heavy shower, but that's about it. So he probably might answer that one. Si says, hi, matey. And then Stephen says, I live in the Medway Towns, Rocket Bunny. Somebody has to laugh out loud. Oh, I don't know that area at all. Absolutely don't know it. And then Si says, agreed, David. Untouchables is an absolute banger of a film. I suspect most people like Untouchables. I can't imagine anybody not liking it. It's a very good film. And everybody talks about Sean Connery in it, don't they?
Yeah.
I think in his role. But it is good. But De Niro is good as Capone. Yeah. There he is. And then Slipknot says,
I swear, though, that the director probably was a Bond freak as well. I don't know if you remember the scene, but they're in the courts, and there's a guy in a white suit that slips him a piece of paper, and of course Elliot Ness sort of like leads him out because he had a gun in his car. There's a big chase on top of the roof.
Yeah,
and he was explaining to him. He said, "Yeah, he squealed like a baby when I was killing him, or whatever it was." Yeah. And he chucked him off the roof, doesn't he? And they said, "Where is he?" And he says, "He's in the car." That's where he landed, really? Right? Yeah, I remember that scene. It always reminds me. I went, "Oh bloody hell! If that ain't a Bond line, I don't know what is." You know what I mean? So,
Slipknot says, "Really great movie." it is. And then here is Jamie saying, Muckman Movies, good evening. And with Ren and Stimpy this week. Well,
yeah, I just don't. Every time he says it, I just don't know which one he refers to as Ren and which one's Stimpy. I mean, I could go, "Hey, Ren," but you probably won't understand the joke.
No, I've not seen it. It's not a program I've
seen.
Cartoon
from the 90s, really.
Yeah. And then Jamie says, "Good evening, chat." And then Si says, "Hi, Jamie." And we've got Tony. Evening, Ian, Del, and chat. Hello, Tony. Welcome. As always, thank you for coming in. And I'm saying no because he normally gets the insults, but there we are. And then Stephen Taylor says, "Nice, easy game against Liverpool this weekend." All right. Is it? Oh, so Premiership, I presume, is starting. Is it? Is it starting this week? I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
The first game's Friday, which is Coventry versus Arsenal.
Oh, right. Okay. And then
that's great, isn't it? The team that's just come up has got to play against the league leaders. Great.
Yeah.
That'd be marvelous, wouldn't it?
It sounds a bit fixed, doesn't it? Evening, Tony. Stephen says, and then Tony says, "Hi, Stephen." And Jamie says, "Hi, Tony and Si." And then Si says, "I know, Stephen. You just know the rat will score a hat trick against us." Right. And then, "Hi, Jamie," Tony says. And then David says, "I was looking through my need to watch Blu-rays for my off day, Saturday, and I found 55 Days in Peking, Charlton Heston epic. Not seen it. Great. See it. It's based on the Boxer Rebellion.
1900s, isn't it?
Yeah. Really good.
Hasn't that got David Niven in it?
I've not seen it for years. I can't remember. It may well have. He would fit in. I don't know if it is.
I'm pretty sure it's Charlton Heston and David Niven.
Yeah. I remember at the time being fascinated it because it's based on this true events which happened in Imperial China, which everybody was trying to grab hold of and take over Imperial China. But it's
been a long time since I've seen that film. I know that.
Yeah, Charlton Heston's always watchable, and
he was on a roll. Isn't that a 50s film as well?
I think you're probably right. It's an earlier one, yeah. It was on it used to be on the TV quite a bit, but obviously now things have moved on.
Yeah, because Jamie put me on the spot with the 10 50s films.
Yeah.
Sunday morning. I was like this with my brain. And I just thought to myself, hang on a minute, Ben-Hur, 10 Commandments, they're both 50s.
You probably found more than you thought.
They got 55 days. He was on a roll in the 50s, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Old chap.
You were lucky of Charlton Heston. It helped jog your brain. It must have done. Because I admit you were put on the spot, and it is, to think of 10, it's not easy, is it?
Well, when you got something like Some Like It Hot, and when most of your brain is probably on science fiction, so you've got the Day the Earth Stood Still, and you got some classics there, Forbidden Planet.
Yeah,
there's a lot of stuff that's already on your mind. I wouldn't have. It's just that if I was given more thought, I'd have chose more diverse titles.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You probably, if you did proper looking into it, you probably could have come up with 20 titles that you might have.
Well, yeah, and I'd have to pare it down, wouldn't I?
That's what happens, That's how it is.
I do like answering all sort of questions. Yeah. It's just that sometimes I'm going to go, oh my god, my brain's gone mental.
Yeah, I think he's going to do of the 40s, which will be interesting to what he's going to choose from 1940s. Interesting.
Top 10 remade films or something, because you've just done Cat People, so there's one.
Yeah.
Then you'd have The Thing in there, wouldn't you? And
oh yeah, The Thing, of course. Yeah.
I think Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is a remade film.
Yeah.
God, yeah.
Yeah, the thing's interesting because people are always, and they're right. I suppose it's better than the original. And there is a few films that you can say are better than the originals, the sequels. I think we had this conversation, didn't we, last week? Actually, anyhow, and then oh yes, a nice Geordie welcome awaits. Yes, Sarkis.
About the football.
Yeah. Tony says, I have slipcovers and all my Studio Canal Hammer films. I think I have mostly, Blu-rays, apart from, Demons of the Mind, of course. Not that I'm bothered about them. No, I know what you mean. I'm not crying. I've got some, and most of them have got slipcovers, but there are one or two that haven't. But I'm not going, oh, disaster. I've got to go and get it made. You know, people send off now to get them made, don't they, these slipcovers? It's an obsession, the slipcovers are. I don't mind them. If they're there, they're there. If they're not, I'm not going to cry about them. Right. And then Sai says, as long as we don't lose 17 league games this season, it will be an improvement. I'm thinking we'll finish between 11 and 15th this season. Oh, right. I wish I had that luxury. I just want to survive again. So I'm just hoping we're one or two places just above the bottom. That's all I can hope for. We might do it. Yeah, we might do it. We didn't have a bad run in last season, but we tend to don't do well at the beginning. There we are. It's survival. And then hey Tony, how are you doing? You didn't get a corner from Ian today, I noticed. Oh yeah, see, it's him that's the troublemaker with all this Tony York corner. But it's not been happening, has it, for a few weeks? You must be getting worried. But it may not have totally gone away. You never know. And then said, "Hi, Tony. Sorry, I didn't notice you in the chat." And then Tony says, "Absolutely love 55 Days at Peking, David. It's a true epic. They built a replica of 1900 Peking in Spain. Well, I think that was the days. And fantastic what they used to do. No CGI or anything. You have to build." Absolutely, all these things. And also, have you noticed in these epic films the amount of extras they employed? Yeah, some of them just got loads and loads of extras, haven't they? Which again, nowadays they wouldn't employ that many extras, would they? They could just create CGI.
I don't think there was much of a union for extras back then. I think they could just get anybody. Yeah. I think they could just get anybody off the streets and just go, right, do this, and you could screw them about, left, right, and centre, and nothing would happen.
You think of the epic films like, say, Ben-Hur, all those extras that they brought in, absolutely amazing amount.
I mean, I am talking the 50s here. I don't know, but what I'm saying is, I think things changed in the 60s and 70s in regards to extras. But CGI, I suppose, changed so much of things, which is you'll know about this. I don't know about it, but in Gladiator, are they extras or are they CGI? I think it was done a little bit like Planet of the Apes. You know, where in Planet of the Apes, all of the mask work was absolutely brilliant, but if you actually have a look, there's a load of extras, and some of them have just got chimpanzee masks on, that aren't all those prosthetics and stuff. In Gladiator, there was a lot of computer-generated Colosseum stuff, and unlike the Phantom Menace, which was all computer-generated with all the different characters, and you even had Willow in the audience. You know what I mean? And Indiana Jones was in it, I think, as well. If you have a look. I think you'll find that that it was quite clever, but they did some live people and then intertwined it with a lot of computer-generated stuff, and it looked seamless. If you see what I mean. But there was a lot of camera work that panned round in a circle. Do you see what I mean? Around, around Russell, Crowe's character.
Yeah.
So that's when you've got to use computer generated stuff. You could never, because I mean that Colosseum was never built, from scratch, was it? I mean, God,
yeah.
They constructed on top of it. You know what I mean? So it's a mixture. I don't mind it when there's a mixture. I just don't like it when it's all. You might as well have just turned around and said, "I'm playing a game." You know what I mean? With certain stuff. Which is why just going back to Spider-Man: Brand New Day, there's a lot of normal natural effect work going on rather than all CGI.
Which is good to see, isn't it?
You know what I mean? Even the costume is wrinkled.
Yeah.
That's because in a lot of the scenes they computer CGI'd over the top of Andy Garfield's face, didn't even have a mask on. It was all generated over the top. From that point of view, you're rotoscoping. It's an old technique, rotoscoping. So I'm more for practical effects where practical effects work.
I like to see the wrinkles. Why not see a few wrinkles?
There's no bloody way there'd be. It's almost like, how the hell does spandex move like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen no end of people bloody biking, and you got bloody wrinkles when they're riding their bikes. So how the hell do you swing around and stuff in spandex?
Yeah, exactly.
All that sort of stuff. So
yeah. And nobody seems to get sweated, do they? I mean, some of the stuff they're doing, you think you'd be sweating like anything. Absolutely dripping.
He's always broke, but he can make a bloody fortune out of the chemical he's used to stop sweat under your armpits.
Yeah.
How the hell does he do that?
I mean, some days they must have the summers, and they must have real droughts, and sunshine's really strong.
I dare say they'll say something along the lines of spiders don't have many sweat glands or something. So there's always some comic reasoning behind things.
Yeah, but it may have special things in the suit which cool it down. It cools the body down. It's able to do that. That's probably
no idea.
Some rubbish. You're right. You could explain away anything, can't you?
In comic books, anything can happen. Anything could be.
Explain it by. That's why I always say with films, don't get into detail too much. It doesn't matter, It's a film world, and you can have any.
We talked about it, didn't we, before we came on? I turned around and said all these people that are very critical, and they were saying things like they didn't need that cop that they were talking to at the beginning. I mean, you don't hear any of them turn around and say, "Yeah, how does he cling to a wall with socks on?" I mean, if you look at things too bloody closely, you'd be just turning around and going, "Oh, yeah, that's a bit ridiculous." Like
ridiculous. You don't need to.
Those little web cartridges, bloody hell! How much liquid is inside them bloody things? I mean, he ain't even got a utility belt. For him to what the hell's going on?
Yeah, exactly. He must have very deep pockets as well, and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, actually, that was one of the things that they said. He hasn't got a job. Where the hell did he get all that equipment from? But you don't know. You see, you don't know whether he was left money by his aunt.
Yeah. He might be.
She might have owned that flat, because even though your memory is wiped, he's still got a national insurance number of a sort, Yeah, and that means that he knows they know that he's still Peter Parker, and so he might have had a will and gave him money and all of this sort of stuff. But it's like what I'm saying. It's like they were criticizing it by saying, where did he get all that money from? And I'm turning around saying, just because they don't explain it doesn't mean that it can't be explained.
Yeah, exactly. We can get an explanation.
It's not important. It's just not important to the story.
Yeah, exactly. Because some might say, "Oh, what food doesn't he like? Or what food does he like? Or is he allergic to any food?" Or you could start going on, and then some villain can find out, "Oh, he's allergic to peanuts. Let's do something with peanuts to affect him and knock him out." You could get all sorts of things.
So you got to remember, the comics was like a soap story every month. You know, there was an arc that went into the next one and into the next one, into the next one. You can't do that in 2.5 hours.
No, you've got, you haven't got a long, have you? You've got to get what
you do not have time.
Yeah. But if you did anyhow, do you think of all the complaints you'd get if a film goes on now for 3 hours or more? The complaints are terrible. You can't win.
Yeah.
You're not going to win, are you? You know.
That annoys me.
Yeah. Anyhow, Tony says, hi, Si. I'll let you off. And then James says, get my video, watch Delboy. Bloody spent ages editing it, and hardly anyone has watched it. Well, I watched it. It's a good video. I'll give you a bit of a plug. It is a good video, your 50s.
Yeah, film. But this is the thing, right? I've just put in my Discord, I've watched it twice.
Yeah.
How many more bloody times have I got to watch it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The moment it came up, I watched it and I did a like, right? Yeah. I was the first person that put a like against it. Now, I didn't have time to write a comment, you see.
Yeah, I put a like in and put a comment in. Yeah.
Right, but I didn't have time to put a comment because most of the time I'm watching.
I did go back and check that it had gone because I must have had some problems last week because I put a comment on your Sunday diary.
Oh, did you see that? I had to say something because on Friday, I think it came through. There was 9 copies of your message.
Wow, somewhat weird. That is weird, isn't it?
So I had to delete. I started deleting it, and I wondered whether the one that I deleted was the one that, in other words, I thought you might have had internet problems, and that's why it showed 9 times.
It's somewhat strange because, do you know, I've looked now, and there's there's only one comment that shows from anybody that made a comment on your blog. So somehow it's got rid of all the other comments.
No, I deleted the ones. There was 9 of them.
Yeah.
And I went
other people's comments.
Other people's comments. I haven't checked, but I think all the comments.
There was only coming up one comment on for me, but it's probably something wrong at my end. It was
so when it comes when I go back to the last blog, I'm just looking at comments now.
Yeah.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
When
10.
you were reading them out, it was
there's 11. There's 11 comments.
Yeah, you see, I couldn't see them. I couldn't.
And
even see
when I look at yours, there is just the one that I left, but unfortunately, it's only partially there.
Yeah, isn't it weird?
It ends at the word about. Hang on. It ends with watched a few films again this week about killing you, cunt. It was of course those, and then it stops.
And that's it. Yeah, weird. Anyhow, hopefully this week it'll be all right. I'll be checking. Something just must have happened. I don't know, a glitch of some sort. But it's interesting that I can't see any of people who made comments. There was just one showing. Maybe it was after a certain time. Maybe that was the last comment that was made and it's picked it up. But all the others haven't picked up. I don't know. But anyhow, I'm confident we'll be.
Shall I tell you what I would do in a situation like that? Right? Yeah. First of all, I'd go to the comments in the normal way. So if you were doing it on your laptop, look at it through on your laptop. Yeah. Then go to your mobile and see whether they're the same.
Interesting. Yeah. I'll have a look. I'll do it on
if it's happening on your mobile and it's happening there, then of course there might be something wrong. Right? Yeah. But if your mobile shows them all and your laptop doesn't, then you know that there's something going on and something's blocked.
I'll do that when I do the comments. Yeah, on Friday, I'll give it a check. Yeah, I always have to pick Friday as a day to do it.
Jamie, just to say, I loved your video. Right?
Yeah,
it will be mentioned in my blog because I watched it this week, like I always do, and I've watched it twice. Yeah, but I will watch it a third time if that makes you happy. I've got no problem with it.
Yeah. I watched it and I put a comment, so I enjoyed it.
I will leave a comment as soon as I can. It's just that it's been one of those days.
I know what I understand exactly what you mean. But this happens on my channel too. Yeah, I put a lot of effort sometimes into videos, and I hardly get any views. Unfortunately, it's YouTube. You know, it's the life. It's a reality. They don't push our channels. You know, so
No.
how are we going to get any response? You know.
Yeah, that was an interesting
Yeah.
thing this week because 20th Century Gaming asked me to do the A to Z of gaming, right? And I did a short.
Yeah.
Now, it took me a week to do that short, but that's because I've got very little time and I had to do it on the mobile phone. Then I had to learn how to upload that, and the picture has to be this way, not that way. And it was a lot of work. I was going, bloody hell. I only wanted to upload it and say, there you are, done. Right. And I nominated 3 people, and all of those people that I nominated, they didn't do it. And they said, well, I didn't know you'd done a short and nominated me. Which just goes to show that either YouTube didn't tell them, or they don't watch my stuff.
Yeah,
because I mentioned it in my blog that I actually did a short.
Well, yeah.
So that can make you sometimes probably a little bit unhappy because you probably go, oh, so you don't watch my blog then anymore? Oh, okay, that's interesting to know. Right, okay. Or well, YouTube just didn't push it.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I've always turned around and said, I don't expect everybody to watch it every week. Bloody hell. You know.
Yeah.
But
no, YouTube is funny, I think. It doesn't push our channels, small channels. You know, it doesn't push them. It's supposed that they've made changes. I'm a bit fed up anyhow going through all those changes, but they say that it's going to help shorts, the new changes, though they've upped the rate. But I don't believe it. You know, we'll still be doing it. You know, if I honestly on some of my videos, if I get 20 views, I'm happy, and that's bad because you see people getting thousands. You know, and it is sad. I put a lot of work in, but
well,
you know,
I'm gonna put this out there right now. Right now, at the end of this video, please go over to Jamie's channel, and even if you don't get to watch it, click on it and do a like.
Yeah,
because if that alters his logarithm, I'd love that.
Yeah,
right. I'll be mentioning it in my blog, and I hope that pushes it. But I can't do anything until Sundays because that's when I do my blog.
Yeah, I know he's obviously he is limited for time. I know he works hard. He's working a lot, and it must have taken a lot of doing. And it is.
Well, just think about this for a minute. Just think about this for a minute.
Yeah.
He's going into an exhibition, right?
Oh, that
you want to do the exhibition without filming all the time. So really, you're either going around twice, or you're doing it at the time. And you know, this is what happened to me at Pinfest, and that'll be happening in probably a couple of weeks' time. Is I usually go round and just enjoy myself, and then I do something at the end before I go, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't have that luxury. And and then when you've got all this footage, which is probably 30-second segments or whatever it is, that you're then going to do a couple of static shots of as well, and all of this sort of stuff, and you edit it all together, it ends up being not only something that you recorded, but then it ends up being something like a half day to a day editing nightmare.
Of course,
putting it all together. And so that's where I'm going. It's really difficult, and it's why I cheat so much with OBS, because when I'm doing my blog, which is 2.5 hours long, all I'm really doing is pausing, right? But then I've got other things that I've got set up, like an overhead cam, and I've got a mobile cam, and I can just quickly switch on the next source, and it looks like I've edited it together because I've got these different angles and all that sort of stuff. You can't do that when you're out on the road to go into an exhibition.
No,
you've got to do it all as if you're a 16mm film.
Person.
You know, you ain't got 3 cameras from 3 different angles. You got to do it all in one shot, and then you've got to edit it to make it look coherent. And I loved it. The exhibition went. I mean, I can tell you now, it went from the beginning of the first Wes Craven film, and it went through all the cabinets with all of the costumes that were worn and all of this sort of stuff. It was a great thing. And of course, as soon as it was there, I looked at it. The very first moment that I saw the algorithm told me about it, because I was going to go to London if I could.
Yeah.
So of course I was going to watch that video.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it was the thing I was going to be going down to see in the damn first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up close and personal with Jamie.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. I have to say, it shows you how good it was. I've had it in my mind quite.
Anyway, Wes Anderson. If I said Wes,
I've got to try and watch.
Again, I'm mentioning names and I'm getting them wrong because I'm quite angry.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm angry because I'm angry for him.
Yeah, I know. I understand totally. It's when you've put a lot of effort into something, it is. Unfortunately, it's a fact of life with bumming YouTube. But you know, all we can do as friends of his is just go and give it a like and watch it and comment. Because if you can comment, that's also good because it means it's interaction. So I always try and put some comment down, sometimes more, because that helps as well. So comments and likes are good, and I totally understand him. But I'd say. I definitely have had it on my sort of radar that I want to watch some of those films, and I've hopefully soon I'm going to order my first one. I think in fact, I might do it. Order the very first film at weekend. I've been keeping my eye on it and do it like that. I'm not going to jump in right in the middle or the best ones. I'm going to go right from his very first film and go that way. But I definitely want to do it. Wes Anderson. I was fascinated. The exhibition made it even more. I thought, wow, this guy's going into so much detail. I thought it was amazing. There was that bit where he was on about collection of books. He actually created all these book covers. And they're just details within his film. And the models that he created.
Oh yeah, it goes into the detail of the color schemes, like in the Life Aquatic and all of that.
Yeah, just was amazing stuff. And you know, I'm sorry for you, Jamie. That I know you did put a lot of work into it. I could see you've done a good job, but it's YouTube and small channels. I'm afraid.
In fact, actually, I've just put a like to this broadcast now.
Yeah.
Because I want the algorithm to change for us both, and for anybody that's got a channel that's got a channel in here.
Yeah, I always make sure with you. You know, to put a like, it's easy to forget. Give your diary a like. It's important.
Well, it's not about that, but it's just that when Jamie's done something that requires an awful lot of editing, that's when you know you've got to do. You know, I mean, it can't be bad, can it?
No, and it can't be bad. I thought he did a really good job on it. It showed the work he'd done, and he had it really spot on for me. And the fact that it was interesting, it was informative, and made me want to watch the films more. Then I think you've done a good job. You know, I just wish there was more we could do. All we can do is publicize it. And
anyway, I reckon CGI was involved because his beard looked too trimmed. I'm dubious now. I reckon he used special effects on his face.
I was impressed anyhow.
If we could put a smile on people by me saying something like that, then there you go.
Yeah. It's live with YouTube. I'm sorry, Jamie. It really is. We're not big channels. YouTube are not going to push us. It's live, unless you just have a great bit of luck and suddenly it takes off and you'll get loads of subscribers then, and that'll be it. And they'll just disappear again. Anyhow, let's have a look. We've got Rocket Bunny now. Rocket Bunny says, I've been going through my video, DVD, Blu-ray, and 4K collection, this afternoon. I have piles of duplicate films and TV series on the dining table at the moment. Wow.
I have to turn around and say, I've got a funny feeling that if I was to go through my whole collection, there'd be a ton of duplicates. Yeah. But it's one of those things where when I used to have lots of duplicates, I never took them in to actually sell. I used to send them off to friends.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I always thought, oh, I bet you Ian hasn't got this one. I'll send that in the post. Or, people in the past, I was sent a lot of the stuff wasn't bought. It was actually on my collection that I had a duplicate of.
I'm sure now that won't happen because you're on a much more limited.
No, but I've still have only catalogued less than a half of my film collection.
Because I mean, you don't get the same new things at all now that you used to. The amount.
Oh, I don't get as many.
You're not going to be duplicates now. That's not going to happen.
Saying that, I put in Spaceballs, right? One that I got from Germany, right? Because I like the cover of it. And when I was putting it into the collector's database, it came up and said I had the steelbook of it.
Oh well. But you like it? It's a film.
It was a different cover. It was a different cover, and the English one only had 2 discs, and this one had 3 discs.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is, I've done stupid things and ordered stuff, and I've already said, for some unknown reason, I ordered the Dark Crystal as a steelbook, and then the collector's edition came 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
And I said, I've got a spare Dark Crystal if anybody wants one, because to be quite honest, the steelbook is inside the collector's edition. And I couldn't send the old one back.
Because
it was just past the month that you could send something back in. It was one day over the month that they give you to send something back.
Yeah.
They timed that well, didn't they? Bringing out the collector's edition later than the steelbook.
Yeah.
And that, like I say, sometimes that happens, and sometimes Amazon sent me 2 when I only ordered 1.
So you're winning then,
And then and I've checked, and they haven't charged me twice.
Yeah,
and that's when I've sent things to Jamie or yourself. Or whatever.
Yeah.
I said, I've got a spare one of those if you want.
Yeah. And Amazon tend to let you keep things, don't they? Sometimes.
Oh, they do.
If it's damaged.
I told you the best good luck story was that War of the Worlds box set that I got.
Yeah.
It was broken. It was ripped. Yeah. I told them that I didn't want to send it back without getting another one first. All of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
They turned around and said, "You can have it." It was 250 quid.
Yep, not bad.
Are you sure?
Yeah. God, I bet
said, I've refunded you, and we don't want it back. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh.
That rarely happens at 250 quid. That's happened with £30 things and £20 things. 250 quid, no.
It's a hell of a lot of money. Oof. Yeah. Anyhow, let's get some more comments. And then Sai says, that Wes Anderson video was brilliant, Jamie. Yeah. I totally agree. It was. I'm glad you watched it as well. Yeah. And Tony, I found about 200 Blu-rays still wrapped and not watched yet. Oh dear, it's a hell of a lot. 200. Well, there's a lot to watch.
You'd have a field day around my house.
Yeah.
I had to think how many I've still got wrapped up and then.
Yeah. And then Tony says, I think Ian is boycotting me rocket. I'm not boycotting.
Because of Tony York Corner, you daft sod.
Yeah. No, I'm not boycotting it. It's just happened. Is the way it has. And David says, I'm greedy. Before I've watched the ones I've already bought, Mrs. goes crackers at me and will buy it. Yeah. What can I say? Wives will be Trouble at Mill.
Like I said, the worst thing that ever could happen to anybody who's a collector is the word pre-order.
Yeah, yeah.
The worst thing in the world, and I've lived with that word pre-order since my comic collecting days.
Yeah.
Because you used to go into a comic store and they used to give you a book called Previews, and it told you what was coming out in 3 months' time, and you'd tell your comic book shop, I want that, and you gave him a list, and he put the order in, and then 3 months later you had a whopping great bill.
Yeah,
it's all arrived. Oh shit.
Yeah.
bloody car insurance is this month. What
yeah.
Are
you going to pay it?
So, of course, when it comes to films, and they're, they put the pre-orders up for these things as soon as they're at the cinema.
Yeah. I don't know.
And I'm going, well, I've got to pre-order that.
Yep, Spider-Man will be going on pre-order soon, won't it?
I've already missed out on the £150 box set version.
Yeah. All right.
That went up, and within an hour it was sold out.
Yeah. This is it. This is what's happened.
But that's because there wasn't a UK release. It's an American release. But even when I found out about it, it was gone.
Yeah.
I didn't think it'd be that quick.
Well, sometimes they get too many people do the pre-orders, so you lose it, don't you? You lose out. It didn't always work out. And then it was Saturday news of Aidan Panettiere dying early on this week. Yeah, I've been watching quite a bit, and unfortunately, there seems to be a lot of things that weren't right about it. That's all I can say, really.
I saw on the news that they were talking about mental health and something about something about she's just had a child or something, hasn't she? She's got just recently. I think she's got a 3-year-old or something.
Yes, she has got a child. Yes, yeah.
And apparently there was something in the last year where she was battling mental health or something.
That's right. What I've seen is there was an interview she did publicizing a book. I think she released a book about 3 months ago, and
about her life.
A lot of the things that were going on, and people have been linking it all up, which is interesting. About Hollywood.
I didn't know that her career goes back to adverts where she was a toddler doing nappies or something.
No. Well, I didn't know her because I never followed that Nashville series. I only knew her from Heroes.
Oh, Heroes was the thing that I recognised her from.
Scream, of course. Yeah, I forgot she was in that. Yeah, but it's very sad, and some of the things she was talking about, the pressures that a young actress faces, are not nice. It's still going on. That's all I can say. It's still going on. The casting couch hasn't died, and people think it has.
Yeah,
it hasn't. And then Muckman says, I've ditched nearly 300 DVD and Blu-ray cases this week and put the discs into sleeve. Save tons of space. We'll send empty cases to a recycling website. Just need a bloody big box for them. Okay.
So I take it you're keeping the sleeves, the printed sleeves, and getting rid of the cases. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Stephen says, Rocket Money, are you going to sell them at CEX, Rocket? I suppose that's a good idea. If they're taking them, that's the problem. I don't know. Tony says, David, I thought I had a lot unwatched, but I don't have any still wrapped, and not so many as you unwatched. I don't know what it is with me. As soon as I get a buyer one, I unwrap it already, even if I'm not watching it immediately, because I like to look inside the disc, see it's all there.
When it comes to the steel books, every time I open it, I put it straight into a plastic sleeve.
Right? Yeah.
and those sleeves you have to get them from Steelbook Central or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And the problem is the Steelbook sleeves were coming in slower than the bloody discs that were coming in. So I tended to keep them in the cellophane because Steelbooks can get scratched quite easily. Not that there's any protection in the cellophane. There's none.
Yeah.
And in fact, I'm a big person that turned around and said, I don't understand why people cut the corners of the things, right? It's like, because that cellophane, it's only there, to stop people nicking, really, in shops and stuff. And because there's no protection to it, and of course that plastic can actually stick to the artwork.
Yeah, it can damage.
Anybody that owns a comic will know that if you put paper between a piece of cardboard and put a cellophane around it, within 3 years you need to rebag it. It's what they call rebagging.
Yeah.
Because the cellophane wrinkles, because it starts to degrade with the air.
Yeah.
So you don't want your Jaws or your box set of something from Arrow having all the artwork lifted up.
Because that's why I'd rip them off.
So that's why I want those hard plastic sleeves. But those cost money as well.
Yeah,
and of course, when I was buying so many, I couldn't afford to get all of those each month. So eventually, you had an imbalance of stuff that you couldn't open because I haven't got that. So you know what I mean. And slowly and surely, I am still ordering those. Every 2 months, I'll buy a pack of 3 or 4 that come in 10s. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And because I'm buying less and less, that means I've got 40 sleeves coming and only 10 films I've bought.
Yeah.
I've got 30 to go in that pile that I can now start. See what I mean? So it starts to balance out. But there was a time that was happening.
Yeah. And then James says, thanks, Si. Shame I've only had 40 views on it. I'm so sorry. I say we mentioned it. Anybody who hasn't watched Jamie's video, please go and watch it. Hit that like. For God's sake. Yeah. I can't believe you only got 40 views. Is
it still 40 views now?
I don't know. Up for that.
Go and have a quick check.
Yeah. Do you want to
the other thing I will say this as well is that YouTube are very, very slow at updating their numbers, right? I had one where in one of my blogs, and it's turned around and said, this is how many views you have. But when I actually went to the analytics, it said in the last 48 hours, and it was the actual number had jumped up by 15.
Oh, yeah, it does sometimes. Yeah, I look at that. Yeah. They're a bit behind. Sometimes they're behind. Definitely.
So even though the front says it was this, but when you actually look at the back, you find it's actually gone up 15 and they haven't actually put the numbers in yet.
Yeah. I sometimes look in YouTube Studio and that is behind. And sometimes I click it and readjust it and it comes up with better figures. So that's quite good.
Oh, and by the way, don't sub gaming, just in case I don't get to say this before. I haven't forgot you want the friend code. I'll get that friend code to you by the weekend.
So look at his thing. Wes Anderson exhibition highlights. He's still only got 50 views.
See what I mean?
There's 50 views. That's not very good, is it?
Yeah, I watched it for a second time today, and it's what I mean.
Because I'm looking at some of his previous ones, and like his top 10 50s films, he got 139 views. Top 10 favorite films at 60s, he got 192 views. So he's been doing all right, reasonably. It's I understand totally.
I'd love 190 views. That's all I can say.
It's one I haven't seen.
I don't get those sort of numbers.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember this one. I don't remember it. My favourite British comedy films. This was a year ago. He's got 438 views for that.
Yeah.
So there is some hope. This does happen to me that I get sometimes people replying to things that are in my playlists that might be a year or two ago, and they so you forget sometimes some of those views are going up, of your older stuff, which is good to see. But yeah, Jamie, I just hope that you can get more views than that. 50 it was. Yeah. And then looking there. And then makes me feel like not bothering on YouTube anymore. I understand that.
I get so downhearted, Jamie, but I'll tell you what, this is the light at the end of the tunnel on this, right? I felt like that so many times, when I was getting all that crap that was happening to me, right? And all I thought was, and a lot of people said this to me, you do it because you enjoy it. And when it becomes a chore, when it becomes something where the numbers mean more than what the actual content is, that's the time where you need to reevaluate.
Yeah.
As long as you keep doing something, keep doing it. And I always said that the because I started off with just doing a diary, my blog.
Yeah.
And I said, but I put a commitment saying every Sunday, regardless of what's happening in my life, I'll be doing this.
Yeah.
And if you don't see one on a Sunday, right, it'll probably be something that I've hidden or something, because I'm still going to do it, because I'm going to do it for my family, a legacy, something, so that people know what's going on. It's not necessarily about you guys. It's about leaving something behind, what it is. And I don't necessarily have to broadcast it. But as it is, I only ever missed one Sunday, and that's when I had my heart attack.
That's right.
And then I actually, as soon as I got out of
you did a blog,
which was the Wednesday, I had one out on Thursday because I felt guilty.
Exactly. Yeah.
I felt guilty. I hadn't brought one out. Oh my God. No wonder I had a heart attack. I was panicking because I hadn't got my blog out.
Yeah. It's true.
Well, that's when it's a sickness.
Yeah.
Because it shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't feel the pressure that you need to actually have it out. Yeah. Which is why I rarely do things like every Sunday, like I'm going to do something every Monday or every Wednesday or something. It must put a little bit of pressure on you, Ian. I don't think people understand. It's like, I've got to keep to a Wednesday now at 8 o'clock, and every Wednesday at 8 o'clock, I'm going to be doing this, and I'm going to keep doing it, and all of this sort of stuff. Because there might be times where you go, I don't fancy doing it on Wednesday.
You can. Well, I don't know. I do.
No, but what I'm saying is there might be a time when you get to episode 450 something.
Yeah.
Where it becomes a chore. That's when you stop. Yeah.
It's never felt like
I've always found it fun. I've never want this to end, but never say never.
I always say, as long as people enjoy doing it, and as long as I don't care. I'm not bothered about the numbers, watch our. I mean, we don't have great numbers. We're probably one of the smallest live.
Oh God, yeah.
Vehicles going, but I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
We always said this is like having a chat in a pub every Wednesday, and other people are sitting around us, and they're listening to our conversation and having a little input.
Yeah, I mean, there's 10 people now. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with whatever is there. It's just us. We're not driven by views. But as you know as well, if you look at the throughout the week, the people are watching it afterwards, and by end of the week, we get into 100 or so. If I get over 100 watching over time, then I'm happy. I mean, crikey, that is fantastic. We always normally get over 100, at the end. And sometimes we've had a good week for some reason where we've had nearer 200. Oh, yeah. Doesn't often happen. That's pretty rare. But
some of my gaming videos and the videos that I did about films and stuff, I had 54 views.
Yeah.
Never went above 50.
More. Yeah. I always thought your film reviews where you did those really well organized, well researched ones, they always deserved a better audience than you got, because they were really that. I know you probably won't say it, but I thought they were quite professionally done.
Well, that's what I was saying. Really I cheat a little bit because in OBS, which is what I use to record, you've got me with this just as the background behind.
Yeah.
Then I'll do an overhead cam and I'll show me undoing it. Then I'll do my desktop view and you'd see my collection software. Right, and I'd show you. I'd read out what I was actually doing, and then I'd nick a trailer from somewhere and do the last bit with a little, which has just got a background of a film strip with the thing in between.
Yeah,
and then I'd end up with the beginning, and I haven't paused or edited in one. I've recorded that in the same amount of seconds that I was recording.
Yeah,
I was just pressing a button to go to the next source, next source, next source, next source, back to the first source, end. And it's all because I ain't got time to load up my laptop with my Adobe Premiere on it to edit it.
Yeah. I think we are supposedly what YouTube wants. I know this sounds as crazy. They want people who are making original content. And our content, no matter what people say, is original. We're not reaction videos. We're not doing that. We're making original content that's ours. Our style, how we do it. It's just that we don't get, the views. That's it. But I've said it again. I'll still do it because I enjoy it. I'm not here to make loads of money. There's no way I will ever be monetized. I'm not going to get 8,000 watches or whatever. Yeah. There's no way. How on earth would I get 8,000?
I think actually I've only got 2 videos that have gone above 400.
Yeah.
Views.
I had one short that got 6,000. That's the
See what I mean? 6,000 to me, I'd be going, oh my God, what's happening?
Well, at the time I was, and I thought, oh, this might carry on. But
I don't get above 200. I don't get above 200 ever.
Yeah.
The only reason that those ones have gone to 400 is because they're from 4 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
They probably built up over a period of time.
I have had at one time my shorts. Sometimes I was getting 200 or 300, which I was happy with. But then on the opposite happens, and I can get 20, 30. That's a bad. If that happens, I'm thinking, oh well, it doesn't matter. I still enjoy doing it. It's original content.
Some people used to turn around to me as well and say, well, you don't get big numbers with diaries. But I used to turn around and say, look, I've done 600 videos and I've done 255 blogs, which means I've done more of the other type of video than I have done a blog.
Yeah.
So you can't turn around and say that.
Yeah. And if you added up the amount of people that have actually watched your blog or diary, then it's quite a substantial number. It is, in terms of yours, a channel. It's quite a substantial one, and that's what you're happy.
I've got obviously I've got to take holidays off this year, and I know over the August bank holiday I've got 2 weeks off. That's when I'm going to start recording and then get stuff out. Yeah. Because it only, even though I look after my mum, the things that I would be doing at work, I can then fill with doing a video for films and stuff, gameplay and all that sort of stuff. So instead of working, I'll be on my computer doing that. Because I can't go away anywhere. So of course I'll have time to do that.
Favorite films that I bet you want to talk about, like you did. Yeah. You did those reviews.
I mean, what was the last one? Suspiria, wasn't it?
Yes, you did that, didn't you?
That was the last one I've done. I've done just blogs ever since.
Yeah.
Just diaries.
So I think it's well worth you doing those, because I bet you'd like to do some more Jack Lemmon films. I bet you'd like to do just anything that really interests you, any of the films that you really like. Yeah. Do them.
So it's only 2 months away.
It is with time, But as you said, if you've got a bit of time and you're on holiday, go ahead with it. And you can build them up. You know, you can record them and you could put them in for future weeks. You can look ahead. You know, you could still just put one out a week. And if you do a few, you'll be all right. You know, so yeah, it'd be good that. And you'll enjoy it. You know, it's something good. You know, achievement to create your own. You know, your own thing.
Yeah.
And yeah. Let's have a look here. We've got.
And I'm going to have to go and check on my mum because it's 10 o'clock.
All right. Jamie, I've put all my DVDs in. This is Tony in plastic sleeves, and a couple of years ago, apart from a handful of doubles and TV series with multiple discs. But I must have over 1,000 more than I had on Blu-ray. God, that is a lot, isn't it? Yeah. And then Si says, I've heard that the algorithm is favoring more mainstream content creators over more niche creators. Yeah, I don't know. This algorithm business, I suspect, yeah, what is considered niche. What we're doing is probably not niche. I think there must be a lot of sort of film, TV, nostalgia kind of stuff. I don't know, but I suspect there must be quite a lot. We're not, you know, doing, you know, sort of very niche things, are we really? You know, like rubber plants or something. Here's a rubber plant. Let's talk about that. Yeah, we're not doing that. So that would be very niche. Or stainless steel forks. Let's have a look at stainless steel forks. I don't know. Something very, very niche. Or wooden tables and chairs. And anything. Yeah. And then James said, it's very sad about Aiden. So, has there been any news of how she died? I expect it was a drug overdose or something along those lines, considering her past. I don't know if there's been any more official statements. I don't know. I suppose you're right. It has been speculation. And it is very sad. I suspect it could well be an overdose. Sometimes people forget that sometimes overdoses are not deliberate either. No, it may just have happened. It is very sad. You know, they can have an overdose, and it isn't a deliberate thing. You know, I always think suicide. Deaths like this are so sad because you think of the children, and she's got a daughter, hasn't she? And you know, your mother dying like that is just, it's something that affects so much. You know, what can I say? But in a way, that's what annoys me about, and there's nothing to do about people who deliberately commit suicide. And this is harsh to say, and they must be in a very bad state if they're deliberately committing suicide. But what about the people who are left behind? You know, there's been a lot in media about that academic bloke, the black guy who committed suicide, and it's created a lot of things about him. But I may have some sympathy with what happened, but on the other hand, I may not, because look what he's doing to his family. You know, I look at it like that. You can't hurt the people you supposedly love. Yeah, and again, this might be controversial, but I think suicide is not a way out, the right way for anything at any time. Absolutely no way. It almost seems like devaluing you as a person. And I know mental health plays a part, and people just think there's no way to turn. But I always think there has to be something inside that would keep you going. And if you have family, then that is the reason to stay, no matter what. I'm sorry, it sounds harsh, and that, but you have to think of your family and the people you leave behind. People argue that you're not thinking straight because you're in this particular state of mind, and I see that exactly. But what about those people around? They should be there doing something and helping and protecting. I'm sure, the effect on her daughter is going to be big. It's massive effect, and this is why it's something that just shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. It really shouldn't. And people need to look at themselves, those around. If you know somebody's like that, then they should be getting even better help. They should be watched more, cared for, and loved. And clearly, especially when you've got a history of it, for goodness sake, of drug dependence history, you need to be really watched and looked after. Are people willing to do it? Maybe they're not. But I say, me as a human being, you've got a responsibility to those you leave behind. You're escaping, you're going away, and whatever. I'm sorry, I'm preaching, but that's how I feel. That's how I feel about it. And then, Tony, I think the sleeving the standard films in Blu-ray cases is a game changer. I need to buy some more though. Yeah, when you've got limited room, yeah. Stephen says movies, a heart attack caused by a drug overdose is what I read. Yeah. That's a standard thing, isn't it? The heart attack caused by drugs. So again, it may have not been deliberate, which is not a deliberate thing. One wonders, a lot of these overdoses may not well be deliberate. They're just terrible accidents, absolutely terrible accidents that happen. Anyway, I have gone on about it. That one, I've got, it's not their fault at all. But when somebody's deliberately going to take their life, I think that's a different matter. Yeah. Tony, I got a good deal from Music Magpie early in the week. IP Man 1 and 2 on Blu-ray, £3 each. Well, that's fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. £3 each. You can't really argue with that, can you? Absolutely brilliant. And then James says, so drug overdose then, such a shame. Loved her in Heroes. Yeah. Save the cheerleader and all that. Yeah. It is sad. And then Stephen, she was married to a famous boxer from Ukraine. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah. She had a good heart too. She protested against the annual massacre of whales and dolphins in Japan, as seen in the documentary The Cove. So she was a campaigner as well. Music Pie are good on prices, David, and World of Books too. That's true, Tony. Yeah, Music Magpie and World of Books, you can't beat them. I mean, sometimes you get them that are even sealed up. Yeah, you can be really lucky sometimes. Get sealed ones. David, the IP Man films are brilliant. You get an absolute steal there. Brilliant. And then I'll probably give most of my old DVDs to charity. This is Rocket Money. The last of my VHS, with the exception of a few rare ones, are already bagged for the dump. Yeah, I know I did that. I got rid of them, and I don't regret it. Sometimes people might say, "Oh, but what, you had this and that one special," but to be honest, I was glad to get rid of VHS. I didn't have much nostalgic love for them, really. I know a lot of people do, and then people start collecting them again and then paying ridiculous prices. I would never do that. I'm just not bothered about VHS. DVDs, yeah, definitely. They're a big game changer. I think that's why I'm still attached to DVDs as well. So I says, I forgot to ask Jamie, did you get around to watching The Furious? Oh, yes. And Tony says, not put any Blu-rays in plastic sleeves. Don't think I'll need to bother as I have a little spare room on shelves. But not buying as much, of course, yeah. As many releases now seem to be old stuff churned out again. I think that's an interesting thought, especially if you're not into buying new releases of newer films that you don't think are as interesting, then yeah. The only thing is I keep discovering more films and thinking, oh, I should have that in my collection, but I haven't had the money. But of course, if I start to get the money, I might be buying more things that I wouldn't have got before, which will be interesting to see that happen. Because there is things I think, oh, I'd love to have had that and I'd love to have got this. But maybe I will. Rocket sleeve your DVDs to save space. I put 150 DVDs into 2 small storage boxes from IKEA. Yep. And Slipknot says, good evening to Jamie and Tony. Tony says, I slip. And then David says, Muckman, they are great. Donnie Yen kicks button, doesn't he? He'd like it down, and you'd like it down there. Yeah, I don't mind a bit of that. No, yeah, definitely. Sorry, no, not seen The Furious yet. I've ordered the German Steelbook. So happy to wait for that when it came out in October. All right, when it comes out in October. Yeah, that'd be good. Stephen says, are you almost out of space to store your collection? I'm pretty good at the moment, and it will get better. I was talking to my son about things, and we might be able to get more space so I could get more shelves stuff up, bookshelves and everything, which I like. So that there's a good chance that I should be able to make a better, lots of room, hopefully for coming years to come. But I don't want to go mad. It's like there's a feeling if you've got suddenly freedom to buy lots of things, you want to buy things. I still want to be more careful of what I buy, and but I want to get, I just a lot of old classic films. I think good copies of old classic films. That's what I think I'm really aiming for, and world cinema as well. Yeah, definitely. There's loads of areas I'd like to do. Yeah. So yeah, but ditching the standard cases is saving tons of room. Yeah. The fight in the dojo in IP Man 1 is incredible. Fantastic. And then I've only seen the Natasha Kinski Cat people. I didn't know it was a remake. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's well worth having a look at the well, hopefully I sold it to you when I was talking about it. I saw the Natasha Kinski one at the cinema and just thought, wow, this is absolutely wonderful film. I absolutely thought it was a fantastic film. And there's David Bowie, of course, singing in it as well. But then seeing this now, I thought, oh God, they've done an original one. I just love that as well. it is a fantastic film. I didn't realize how good the original was. So it's great when a remake is just as good as the original, in different ways for different reasons as well. Maybe, yeah, just loved it. I think, to be fair, not everybody was as keen on the Natasha Kinski version of Cat People. I know, as I do remember, there were critics at the time who didn't like it, but I just went to cinema, saw it, and thought, "Wow!" I didn't know anything about that it was a remake either. I just watched it and loved it. Some great scenes in it, and it looks good. It's fantastic. The music and everything, loved it. Yeah. So.
Have I missed much? Sorry, my mum was. She wasn't awkward, but it's just that she said that she didn't want the light on. But then when I turned the light on, it was dark. And then I said, "Well, I can put the hall light on." And she said, "No, put the lamp back on." And
yeah. It's been, the talk has been about the storage space, and doing it out, taking the cases out and all that kind of stuff. And
well, I made a big mistake. I used to have big boxes of the PC games, and they took up a heck of a lot of space because they were really big boxes of PC games, right? They had manuals in and all of that sort of stuff. And what I bought one of those steel cases with the sleeves that go on hangers across little metal things, right? And I put the discs in there, cut the boxes up so that I only had a front cover of the wording, right? And then put the manual in the top of the case, with an elastic band at the top. And then everybody wants the big box now of the games. I went, bloody hell. I cut them all up. And no space. And I swore I wouldn't do that again.
No.
With my CDs.
I must ask you, and I should hopefully know the answer to this one, is that when you are able one day to put shelves up and put everything on display, your games, I presume, will be the same treated as your films. You'll be displaying them.
Yeah,
fantastic. That's what.
But the big headache for me will be if I can buy this house.
Yeah.
And then if I can't, then I've got to buy myself a house, and then that'll be starting again. Then it will be, will I have the money to be able to pay not only the gas and the electricity and everything like I'm doing now, and also the mortgage.
Yeah.
And then also buy IKEA shelves or whatever it is. Because the idea was that, that I'd be living here and it would be inherited. And of course I'd be able to, with my money, buy the shelves. This room, when I moved into it, was only supposed to be a short period of time, but the sciatica operation took 2 years. And in those 2 years, I couldn't work.
Yeah.
And the house money that I sold for the house in Manchester to down here, the money dropped because if you have a certain amount of money in your bank account, they can't give you benefits.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
So of course I was living with no money other than the money I'd got from the house there. And I gave my dad a big chunk of the money, and I said, that's because I'm living in this room now, Dad, and I'm going to give you a big chunk of money. And I gave him 10 grand.
Yeah.
And then of course when my dad died, the bills went from being 3 people that pay the bills to 2 people paying the bills. My mum only had a pension.
Yeah.
So then I took on that, and then when she got dementia, everything transferred over to me, and I don't even own the house, and I'm now paying the TV license, the council tax, plus the rent that I would do, and the food bill and everything else. But these aren't things where I'm dwelling on.
No.
Some people say, "Oh, look, you're being self."
It's not. No.
I'm not looking for pity. I'm just saying that's the reality.
Yeah.
Everything that I was aiming for was that I'd be able to display my statues and display my films, and everything's in cases because I've got nowhere to put them up, because this room where I lived in, the thing about my mum and dad, they turned around and said, we don't want you to put holes in the wall. And then when you move a 3-bedroomed house into one room, then therefore you've got your TV at the end of the room to watch when you go to bed. You've got your TV here that you watch when you're sitting up. You've got a chair, the bed, your computer's at the end of the room, and that's also your workspace as well for when you're working at home. I have therefore got nowhere to put shelves.
Yeah.
So it was, the idea is that we've got 2 living rooms. They're owned by my mum, and they're still owned by my mum. So I'm not going to start gutting one room and putting my stuff in there when it's not my house.
Yeah.
So of course that's why things are in cases. So that's my storage problem.
Yeah.
But it's not a self-pity thing. It's just that's the reality. It's a reality thing, you know?
Yeah.
So, but I live in an area where if you sold your house up in Manchester, that wouldn't get you a 1-bedroom flat in the area that I live in down south. And that's why I moved back home.
Yeah. Too expensive.
You know, a single bedroom flat in my area is something like 300,000.
Yeah.
When I sold my house, my 3-bedroom house in Manchester, I sold it for 117,000.
Exactly. Big difference. Massive difference.
And I wasn't working, so how could I get a mortgage?
Yeah. I'm surprised a lot more people don't actually move up north, as you might say, because a big difference in house prices.
I was lucky. When I moved up north, which was 1999, I rented the first year because I didn't know whether I was going to succeed or not in the job.
Yeah.
And when I bought the house, a 3-bedroomed house, I bought it in an area that's not considered to be the best area in Manchester, right? It was called Northern Moor.
Yeah.
Right? The house was 42,000. When I sold it in 2005, which is only 6 years later, it was 117,000.
Yeah.
That's the explosion of Manchester.
Yeah.
In that time, they'd held a Commonwealth Games, I think, up there, and they'd built a new stadium for the Olympic type thing, you know, an Olympic type stadium, which brought in a lot of money to Manchester. And from then on, it's only grown and grown and grown. You know, they've redone. They had a big shopping centre called the Trafford Centre open up, and Salford and places like that, which are considered to be very, very poor areas, turned into massive things. And even now, the BBC have moved from London to the Salford Quays.
Yeah,
and that's now a media centre.
Yeah.
And that would have been a bloody derelict. Oh my God, if you park your car, you'll find you won't have your tyres come out when you at the shops. When I was living up there.
Yeah. Times have changed quite a bit. Right, so, let's do some more comments. And then McMahon says, I Slipknot. Sorry, I didn't see you there. And Si says, is anyone else getting a Confessions of a Superhero vibe from Dell's background?
I'll tell you what, let's change it.
Confessions.
Let's change it back to
the normal one. Oh, that one.
There you go. How's that?
Captain Scarlet. There you are. And then Slipknot says, movies, no worries. And then James says, these Blu-ray sleeves are from a website called DJois? Oh, something like that. DJOIS. DJois. Tony says, I got my DVD sleeves from Amazon. And then
when they say sleeves, are they talking cases or sleeves?
Yeah, I think putting in, like taking them out of the cases and putting them
into a polythene sleeve.
Right. Yeah, the plastic kind of things. And then so it's not doing its complexion any good. I know that. Oh, thank you.
Now I'll tell you something, right? This is something that people won't know unless they're using StreamYard, right? StreamYard doesn't have a light and dark mode, right? So the background for me as a person that's a visitor is white. And it's so bright that I get this effect that you're seeing here. If I turn the background off, maybe that'll change things a little bit.
There we are.
There's the light in the room. So I'm in a dark area with only the light in the background.
Yeah, you can see that,
the light that comes from the monitor is brightened right onto my face.
Yeah.
And if it was black, it wouldn't look like that.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I've tried changing. I've even gone to the browser and said I want all web pages to be black, right?
Yeah.
As a background, and StreamYard keeps making it white every time I can't find a setting that does it.
Yeah.
So, because normally you could have the browser overwrite whatever a website is, but StreamYard overwrites that.
Yeah.
So I'm stuffed.
Yeah. With me, I know that my mobile phone camera is better than this one. Much better. That's how it is. So it's not quite as sharp. The mobile one is very good. Right.
That's low light. That's because you've got low light problems. So when something is dark, the ISO, you have something called an ISO setting. Do you remember those famous adverts with a famous photographer? What was his name? Oh, we used to know some photographers' names, like David something or other. I don't know anyway. But they always used to have a light meter. And it would tell you what it is.
Used to have one when he was doing his photography. Yes.
Yeah, and you used to press a button, and it would tell you the ISO rating, and then that would be the ISO that you'd set, and that would be perfect for what you've got. These cameras don't generally have that.
Yeah.
So when you've got low light, everything looks like speckly.
Yeah. What I've done that does improve it a little bit, but not a lot, is I've got another lamp here which brightens it up. Yeah.
I've got one. I've got one here, but it's not on.
Yeah.
Because already I've got the light coming off of this.
Yeah.
So. Which is why I probably look slightly bluish.
Yeah. I wonder if I could get a better lamp, maybe. There's people where they have these round kind of lamps and things.
Oh yeah. What it is, this is what this is. This is a round lamp. What you can do is you can buy a ring lamp which is behind your laptop.
Yeah.
And the main brightness would be stopped by the back of your laptop, but the light would go over the top and it would brighten up the back and sides.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Yeah.
They're ring lights. They're LED.
Yeah.
I've got one. I don't think I can show it. I don't think I can show it because I don't think it will come into the camera view. But I've got one here.
I presume they're more expensive.
No, they're quite cheap. You can buy them for about £10 now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I might look into that if they're better than this. But this one's all right. It improves it. But you can see the background is a lot darker.
Yeah.
And I've got the main lights on. I've got this light on, but it doesn't make any difference.
As I said, I haven't even turned the main light in because I've got two lights in this room.
Yeah.
I have the light on at the back and nothing here, so that basically I'm in a it's a bit darker, but unfortunately the monitor just bleaches everything out.
Yeah. Right. And then I wasn't too keen on that, David. There wasn't any characters I cared about. Oh, that's this.
Oh, by the way, if anybody's interested, I use a Razor camera. That's not a cheap camera. That's not a cheap webcam.
No,
it was about 150 quid or
yeah.
something. Not the. It's not like it's an SLR camera, or it's not like it's a GoTech, or it's not like it. But it wasn't a cheap webcam, and of course it's supposed to have the best low light level light going and all of this.
Yeah.
But of course technology moves forward, and that was about 2 years ago. And of course, the overhead camera is my old camera.
Yeah.
And that was a Logitech, and that one's terrible. And I use that to show off the DVD cases, when I'm doing my you can see that when I zoom in, it's all grainy. Because it doesn't have a good zoom. That is on an overhead flexible arm with a ball bearing mount. So that I can twist it and all that sort of stuff.
And then Jamie says, if you want some Asian recommendations, go check out my top 25. Yes, I know you did one. Why not go and check it out if you're looking for Asian films?
And while you're there, check out the 5,000 other videos that he's got there and all the advertising we're going to do
now. Dave says, I'll check it out tomorrow. Thank you. It's quite, it was quite bloody, wasn't it? Oh, well, they are. These are some of these films.
Oh, the Asian films,
Yeah. I try not to buy too much from Amazon due to evil Bezos. Oh, that's the dude in charge, isn't it? Too much CGI blood. I saw it at the Leeds International Film Festival a few years ago. Tony says, anyone seen Inspector Clouseau, 1968, part of the Pink Panther film series? Peter Sellers wasn't available, so Alan Arkin plays Clouseau. He's not as good as Sellers, in my opinion, but not too bad. Recently, got the Pink Panther films, as I only had
one.
I only had one. Peter Sellers is fantastic. You just can't beat him. You just can't. And I think I agree with you. Alan Arkin wasn't Peter Sellers.
The funny thing about it is that when it comes to the Pink Panther, I mean, I got a collection now which has got 4 or 5 of them. I think it's 4 in it, and I got it from a charity shop for about £2 or something on DVD. Was the very first one I saw was on telly, and it was the one with David Niven in it. It was the very first one, as far as I'm concerned, and it was all about the Pink Panther diamond, which is where the Pink Panther comes from. And so I got terribly confused because, as a kid, when I saw the cartoon, there was an actual Pink Panther.
There was, yes.
And I was going, "What's this Pink Panther diamond thing then?" All that sort of stuff. Never understood it. It was very complex for a kid because they were going, well, I've watched this film and I liked it, but it's about this diamond called the Pink Panther diamond.
And not the cartoon.
Now the cartoon, there's this bloody great big Pink Panther going around. And he's driving around in a pink car. And all this sort of stuff. And it even had a theme song, here he is, the Pink Panther. And then there's this other music, Are they two totally different things, or are they linked in some way? I don't understand it because I don't see the link. Other than the inspector. Because when you watch the cartoon, there was this inspector that looked a bit like Columbo. Had a Mac on and all that sort of stuff. Going around. But he had his own segment. So I didn't understand what it was. And I mean, even now, I think it'll probably confuse kiddies of what my age was then, and I was 5.
Yeah, it would.
But that's my little story about the Pink Panther.
Pink Panther. And then I had to miss this one. And
I used to like Kato.
Yeah.
Is it Kato? What was his butler called? You know, the one who always tried to try and surprise him. Because that's probably the Green Hornet I'm talking about.
Yeah, Kato's Green Hornet.
Yeah. So what was his name?
I've forgotten his name. It's just too much. Steven says, "Are you still collecting Spider-Man comics, Del? I'm pretty sure they're still coming out."
Pretty sure they're still coming out. My God. Yeah, they are still coming out. Amazing Spider-Man comes out every 2 weeks. And there are other comics like Spider-Verse, Ghost, there's Spider-Gwen, all of those. And I've got most of my comics comes from somewhere called Read Comics, right? I know Terry very well. I've known her for years and years and years. And I never had the time to say, can I have this month, this month, this month? So I told her, when it comes to the Spider-Man comics, I want every single one. When it comes to the variant covers, I'll have every variant cover, but only up to the value of £15. So if there's any variant covers that are over £15, I don't want to know. Plus, on top of Spider-Man, I want Fantastic Four, Hulk, and Iron Man, right? And that was the deal. And she would then sort it all out for me, and I would pay the bill every 3 months. So she would send me a box, huge box full of comics, and they would come every 3 months. Then, again, the problem occurs. Something happens to your mum, all of this sort of stuff. And I forgot to tell her about it. And suddenly I had a bill of £3,000. She said, do you know that your comic bill is now up to £3,000? And I said, right, I still want everything. But if you don't mind, I'll be sending you this much money per month. And when Spider-Man gets to the 1000th issue, which, by the way, is in the next 3 months, right? I'll go 10 issues beyond that, and then I'm cancelling my whole comic run, and I'm going to say that's the end of my comic collecting. It's a shame, but I need to drop that bill down. And she said, you've been with us for 15 years. Don't worry, we'll hold them all for you. It's not a big problem. We just hadn't heard from you in 8 or 9 months.
Yeah.
And I went, yeah, that's my fault. Sorry. So, yeah, every 3 months I send her what I can. And she knows that in the next couple of months that my whole issue stops, and I'll be then decreasing the bill.
Yeah.
Till it's here. And it's the only way that I could go.
Yeah.
But again, something I don't mention in my diary because it's just not happened yet.
Yeah.
It's not something to talk about because I'm still collecting comics, guys. So there you are. You know, it's still coming. You know, and I don't know if I can show. Have a little look. There you go. So I get boxes. And they come in, I get boxes and they come in bags like this. I have to turn the background off. Right. So this is how I have to catalogue them as well, you see. Right. There you go. So they come in bags like this, right? And then you get all the issues like this. You know, so they've got that one and that one and that one and that one. And that one 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 and that one. And when they send me a box, I have a box of these, and inside with all these purple bags, I have 6 of these every 3 months. So that must be something like 300 comics. So do I still collect them? Yeah.
Do you read any of them?
Hey?
Do you read any of them still?
Do you know what? I haven't read a Spider-Man comic, the new ones. Yeah, in the last 18 months.
Right. Oh, it's not 18 months. Yeah.
I was reading them before that point. Yes.
Yeah.
But it is a ridiculous thing because I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. People talk about. People talk about how many copies of the thing they've got, and they don't understand why they.
Yeah.
You don't understand why they've bought 15 copies of the thing when they haven't only changed the artwork.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with collecting comics. Because I don't know if you can see this very well. Right, yeah, here we go. So there's a Spider-Man 2099 comic #1.
Yeah.
There. Right. That's the exact same comic, but a variant cover. Oh, and there's the same one again, but a variant cover, #1. Oh, look at that. Spider-Punk, #1. Oh, look, I bought the same comic again, but it's got a different cover, #1. And it goes on and on and on, because the comic industry is based around artwork. It's an art form. So if you're a collector and you find out there are 15 variants, you buy all 15 variants. So you're buying the damn same comic 15 times. When people say this is the reason why you haven't got any money.
Yeah, how much is an issue?
The reason I haven't got any money is because actually things have changed in my life in regards to it. It's not. There was never a problem with me collecting comics with this because I was a collector.
Yeah.
And that sort of money was put aside. I've already just turned around and said, my comic collection days end when we get to issue 1000. I've had to turn around and say that ends. And when it comes to films, I used to be buying, well, when people used to see my diaries, you used to see I had about 15 things that turned up that week. I haven't even got one thing that's turned up this week. And the maximum I have per week is probably 2.
Yeah, yeah.
So when people turn around and say, well, that's the reason why you haven't got any money.
Yeah.
I've cut those down and I've still got no money. So what's the reason why I haven't got any money? I'll tell you the reason why I haven't got any money. And that's because my life has changed.
Yeah.
And it's not a self-pity thing.
Yeah.
This is life.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm
so
sorry.
I don't really want to hear people turn around and say you overextended yourself and all of this sort of stuff. I used to have a savings account, and that savings account has emptied because I've had to pay all sorts of bills. So it upsets me when people say you spend too much.
I understand totally. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. How much is an issue of a comic normally?
What was that? Sorry.
How much is a single issue of a comic?
Usually about $2.99, so about £2.
So really, that isn't quite reasonable price, I would say, isn't it? Really. So it's the fact that they're built up, isn't it? That's where they're expensive.
Yeah.
As a single thing, that's not bad, is it? For the work that is put into a comic, the artwork and putting it together, that's not a bad price, is it? So they're not overinflated. But I can understand, it builds up, doesn't it? That's how. Right. Let's see. I think this is it. I can't recall seeing the Alan Arkin Pink Panther film. Actually, I don't know whether I've seen it, to be honest. Tony says, I agree, Jamie. I grit my teeth when purchasing from Amazon, but it's so easy. It is easy, isn't it? James says, I've had it with all these billionaire-led corporations. I'm even tempted to cancel our Amazon subscription. And then James says, I stopped using Google a few months ago. I use Escocia search engine now. You can turn off the AI and they plant trees, and the more people use their search engine. Tony says, Jamie, there's various conspiracy theories around that the billionaires are engineering world affairs through their own agendas, but what can be done about it? These conspiracy theories go back years since I've been around on internet. I replaced Duck Go after I heard about
it's a browser ring called DuckDuckGo.
Oh, it's a strange title. I've never DuckDuckGo.
It's a browser. It's a browser that really promotes itself because it's got like an incognito mode. It doesn't sort of do tracking of what your web searches are. Do you know what I mean? Where everything seems to have a cookie, and that cookie then is sent and it's sold on, and all of this sort of stuff. DuckDuckGo makes itself proud by saying, "Your browsing is up to you. We don't want to know about it." So all that sort of stuff. It also has very good ad blocking, or it did do.
Yeah. And then we all stop using their products. That's how we stop it. And then never heard of Ecosia, vaguely heard of DuckDuckGo. Yeah, I think I've heard of it now. I know where I heard it, where people were on YouTube talking about it as a way of getting through to the dark web or whatever it is. I don't know much about that, but I seem to just remember people talking about the dark web, which I'd never heard of. I don't know what the dark web is, but apparently there's a dark web that people go onto. And I think you go through something like that. Well, I don't have a Tessia, so that's a start, I suppose. And then Jamie, I recommend Ecosia. It's much faster than DuckDuckGo, and it makes you feel good when they're planting millions of trees, especially when there's so many wildfires. Oh God, yeah, there has been. Stephen says, "I'll give it a try. Thanks for the info." And then David said, "Del, Fistful of Dynamite as a real cool score. Love that movie."
Yeah,
yeah.
It's Ennio Morricone again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Tony says
it's going to called Duck You. It's called Duck You Sucker, isn't it?
Oh, Duck You.
No, that was the other name of that film, I think.
Oh, yeah. Is it Zuckerberg that owns Facebook? Don't use that. So another plus. I don't know. That's an epic spaghetti, David. Fistful of Dynamite, and then James says, "Yeah, Zuckerberg owns Facebook, Instagram, and other stuff." So new Insidious film at the cinema this weekend. All right, might be interesting. I've not minded the other ones. David, have you seen the trailer for it in the beginning at Dentist? It freaked me out. Yeah, it might be good. Sounds interesting. And then
it's not Tony, the Little Shop of Horror Dentist.
Yeah. Tony says David Niven plays the British minister to Peking. Yeah. Ava Gardner is the Russian countess trapped in the city. It's early 60s with regard to 55 days. Yeah. I just remember it being shown on the TV quite a bit and then disappearing. And then Stephen says, Coventry has spent 100 million on players this summer. A few years ago, they were so poor they didn't even have their own ground. Yeah, I heard of that. Yeah. And then Jamie says, Delboy, I gave you a week to think about your top 10 50s films.
Yeah, I put an answer to that.
Yeah. And then Delboy, I generally read the questions on the day of the blog, rarely before. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that I put right at the very beginning of my diary, which was when somebody puts in a comment, I tried to do the reaction on the day that I read it out.
Yeah.
So, because YouTube was deleting comments,
you put
when I got an alert, I used to put a standard heart left to keep comment, but it doesn't mean I read it.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? which means that when somebody turns around and says, "Can you tell me what your favorite film was back in 1974 or something like that?"
Going, oh yeah,
my brain has to go, "Oh God, yeah, 1974,
yeah,
this right," because I want it to be, you know, a reaction on the day.
Yeah.
And so I didn't want it to look like, oh, you did some research and just read that out.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And that was the reason.
Yeah.
No other reason other than that.
Yeah. Dave says, them, my favorite 50s, and some Hammer, of course. There's always lots of Hammer. 12 Angry Men is my favorite 50s film.
I think I mentioned 12 Angry Men as well, but I think Jamie also did. I think it's a lot of people's favorite. And them, believe it or not, them with those ants was one of my favorite Amiga games called It Came from the Desert, which was based around the film Them.
Yeah.
And then It Came from the Desert was made into a film that my friend Jambon sent to me, and it's the worst film, one of the worst films I've ever seen in my life. He actually sent it because it's a bad film.
Oh, that sounds good.
So Them was turned into a game that then turned into a film. So there's a little bit of trivia.
Yeah.
Cinemaware, by the way, made the game. It came from the
Desert. Tony says, those giant ants in them make a really creepy noise. Oh. And then Dave says, I bought them and the Beast from 2000 fathoms.
20,000 fathoms.
20,000, sorry. 20,000 fathoms someday. Same day. So a 50s double bill. Yeah, that sounds good. Brilliant. Do that. Good films. That was my second favorite film of the 50s.
Yeah, 12 Angry Men.
Yeah, 12 Angry Men. That is. So says, I know, Jamie. Seven Samurai was the first, if I remember. That was inevitable. I knew that would be. And then Muckman says, I lad. And then Get Beast from 20,000 fathoms on DVD. Not seen it for years. Wonder if Harryhausen did the effects for the monster. I don't know.
Did he? I don't think he did. You know. I got the laser discs of Ray Harryhausen. It came in a big box, but that doesn't necessarily mean every single one was there.
No.
So I'm not quite sure on that one, you know?
No.
I usually know Ray Harryhausen. Usually I'd come up with an answer with you on that one, but even now I can't think we're reading that
one. Jamie says, I have the Beast from 20,000 on HMV Premier. Premier League.
There you are. Jamie can answer it for you then. He'll go to the shelf. He'll go to the shelf, pull it off, and he'll tell you.
Can't say it's top tier Harryhausen.
There you are. He did do it
there
then.
You are. And then and then Si says, I'm going to a special screening of The Warriors in a couple of weeks. I've not been given I'm not going to watch classics cinema recently. And then yes, apparently it's first film in charge of effects. I wanted Valley of the Gwangi,
yeah.
HMV sold out when I went for it. Oh, that's a shame.
That's a good film, and I like Valley of the Gwangi.
Steve says, I watched Toy Story 5 this week. Are you a fan of the series? And do you prefer the old hand-drawn animation compared to the computer-generated stuff today? I've talked about that before, but do you want to go first? My opinion on that.
I've always said it. I love all animation, but I do miss the days of the old cell drawing animation, and it's a sorry mess that it all went computer generated, because there was a time where there were there was like those Nim films. Do you remember that little mouse, The Secret of Nim, and all of this sort of stuff, which was standard Don Bluth and Disney type animation on cells, and they were bringing out things like Bugs Life and all of that sort of stuff. And they were coming out, and then all of a sudden it was all just computer generated. And it seems very much that the reason for that is that it's cost cutting. It's very much easier to do cells of animation in a computer than it is to hand draw it, ink it, take the do the 25 frames, whatever it is, into digital cameras. So there you go. I would love it if the balance was restored. Personally, I don't want the old, the new one to go away.
No, I kind of agree.
But it's an imbalance now to the point where it's ridiculous, and I miss the old days.
Yeah, and often if I see one of those Disney films, I don't want to watch it now.
Yeah,
I think, I'm not going to bother with that. That's how bad it is. But
I get great enjoyment watching things like Up and things like that. The Pixar stuff. But it's just that there was a glut. It all came. The Road to El Dorado, all of this. There was tons of it coming at you, and everything was that way, and it's terrible. There was like a hybrid at one point, where they did the Beauty and the Beast, where it was it was hand drawn, and then they got to a bit where they turned a 3D scene, and it was all computer generated with the cells sort of like in it, where they were dancing, and it was in a ball, and it was in a ballroom, and you saw it move around. You went, "Oh, that looks really cool," and they went, "Yeah, that bit was computer generated, and that, but it's 90% Disney hand drawn type stuff, and that, and it all turned computers."
Yeah.
That's the shame of it all.
Yeah.
Just think of all those animators.
Yeah.
They either had to learn and adapt to doing computer generated.
Oh, their art was gone. It was lost. Yeah. Toy Story 5. I'm definitely interested to watch it. I don't know, so I don't really have an opinion on it yet. I've not seen it. I wasn't
a big fan of Toy Story 4, but I liked the first three.
Yeah. I don't remember Toy Story 4. Can't remember.
Oh, I used to like it because they had Prospector Pete and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There was a sort of like a thread going through it all, where the boy gave all his toys to the girl, and she then suddenly was the person who owned them, and all of this sort of stuff. And in this particular one, I think the story has moved on yet again to where electronic toys are coming in. I think that's what this one's all about.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that might be interesting. I wonder if they'll get to a point where they'll say they're finished. I don't know.
Tom Hanks particularly said that he said that's enough now.
Good.
But then he came back and did the fifth one.
Yeah. But there comes a point where surely they're going to just keep repeating themselves. I mean, how far can you go with these stories? But what you've just said sounds a good idea about the modern technology and how it fits in with the toy. So that's a good. In fact, sounds a good way to end it. Sounds a perfect way to end it. Yeah.
Famously, Toy Story 1 and 2 and 3, and I believe 4 as well, were done by the director that created it in the first place and set up Pixar. And the fifth one is the first one directed by a totally different director, and he's not even executive producer on it. So I'm interested in seeing 5.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's one of the films that have gone over $1 billion this year.
Yeah.
It came out right at the right time, where kids are off of school and all of that sort of stuff. Plus, it's Toy Story, so what do you expect? A well-beloved title like Toy Story has got something for adults as well as kids.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I hope I can see it anyhow.
I really want to see it.
Because I want to put it in my list. I'll be thinking how it's going to fit into my list of films of the year. So I'll be interested to see that, definitely. And then Tony says, probably still learning his craft. That's, I think, Ray Harryhausen, isn't it? And then Don't Sub Gaming says, hi, lovely people. Hello, Don't Sub. Welcome. And then James says, I think I gave it a 3 out of 5 when I reviewed it. Oh, well, I suppose that's not bad, is it? And then Si says, hi, Don't Sub. And then James says, I don't sub. Still have to change my settings to see your comments. And then Tony says, hi, Don't Sub. Don't Sub says, that's weird, isn't it? Well, you're on this. Everything's weird on here sometimes. Don't Sub, no idea why. I've never been insulting or trolling.
No,
I don't.
You haven't at all.
Yeah. No idea why. Yeah, I have no idea why you are filtered out from top messages. I have no idea. I'm sorry. We don't know. We've looked at it.
It's one of those things where I literally go to live chat now as soon as I open up a chat thing now, instead of having the default one and then things show. So
yeah. So Ian's got a question. Don't Sub Gaming says, Ian Dell, question to both of you. Ian, what DVD box set in £20 to £40 price range do you recommend? Dell, what stream game between £20 to £40 do you recommend? Thank you to both.
See, I would say that there's two very difficult questions, and I'll say the reason why. You could say one particular box set, and it'd probably be a genre you don't like.
Yeah, I don't know what genres you like.
Which, you know,
have you got any particular genres that you like?
You know, and then when it comes to the games, I'm in the same boat, because it's like, well, do you want a shooter? Do you want a role-playing game? Do you want a strategy game?
You say £20 to £40. That's an interesting range, because the prices have gone up quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
I know what I recommend. If you, I don't know if I know, and it just fits because I'm going to buy it very soon. The IT Crowd, you get the including the special. You can get that for just around about 40, I think now. It's gone up. It's quite expensive, but it includes the special. It's a complete one. And what IT Crowd is one that I really enjoy looking at. And Father Ted and IT Crowd are probably my favorite. Father Ted, of course, I don't know how much that is, but Father Ted, I'm still watching over years. I never, ever get fed up of Father Ted. In fact, I would go to say it's one of my all-time favorite comedy series is Father Ted. It is absolute genius. And you know what's sad? I was watching it the other day. The very last episode, the very last scene that he filmed, he wasn't feeling that well, and he died the day after. And they were in the last scene. They were going to go to America, and they changed their mind, and they're staying behind on Cruggy Island. And it made me really sad just thinking that was, he didn't know he died the day after they'd filmed that.
I'll go in the opposite direction then. 20 to 40 quid DVD, right? Not Blu-ray, not anything else.
Yeah, most of them had a lot of DVDs. Yeah.
I would, now that network has started to come back, I think I might go with the DVD box set of Randall and Hopkirk Deceased.
Yeah.
Or Sapphire and Steel.
Yeah.
Some people have mentioned when I was doing my diary that I didn't do the TV intro to Sapphire and Steel. What a fantastic show Sapphire and Steel was. 6 seasons.
Yeah.
Only about 6 episodes to each of those episodes. Every single one a spooky sort of like nightmare type thing. And you can buy the whole thing in a box set, and it'll probably be about 25-30 quid. And I'll tell you what, every single one will give you a chill.
Yeah.
It really will. Randall and Hopkirk, just because I loved that show. I could go down a total different routes. I wouldn't mention things like Frasier, Cheers, all of that, because I've got a funny feeling that they've censored them. And there's a big thing about censorship at the moment in the fact that the remastered versions that they've put out are the broadcasts that they show early on in the morning. And so obviously certain subjects are then cut out. So you'd have to buy the older versions.
Yeah.
And then the older versions are going to cost you more.
I think that's, yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you want, I'll tell you what, the best place that you could buy your money, think of something that you really want to get into. It might be like film noir. It might be 30s horror. And look and see whether you can buy the DVD box sets of those and put them in your collection. Because then you've got a huge collection of good stuff to watch, like the Universal Monsters.
That's right.
Like
They
that.
do.
Or, you know what I mean? Because at least in your collection, you can turn around and say, right, I've got a whole section for Chaplin or Laurel and Hardy. You can buy those. That big box set I bought of Laurel and Hardy that came in a great big cardboard box that cost me 120 or something. You could buy the eco version now for about 25 quid. You've got nearly the whole Laurel and Hardy collection. What a great thing to have for 40 quid. You know what I mean? That's what I'd do with that.
Yeah.
Games. So I've got to answer my one, haven't I? Games. 20 or 40 quid. Not quite sure how to answer that one, really, because I've been buying mostly indie titles. But I tell you what, Planet Crafter is a fantastic game. I keep going back to that. Rocket Bunny will tell you that. We've had some great times playing on that. It's not that expensive, but it's one of those ones that they keep still developing for and doing content. And usually that content doesn't cost too much to actually have that content. In fact, some of it's been free. But otherwise, No Man's Sky would be another one if you haven't got that. I think that's what it's called, No Man's Sky. Yeah. That's another one. So there we are. I've ended my one really quite quickly as far as I can.
Yeah.
And I know you can't answer games because
I don't know.
You don't even know what a game is, do you? Because the last game you played was Mahjong back in 1890.
Yeah. I can remember Space Invaders in a pub. That's it. When you were sat on a table and going like this. Yeah, I remember Space Invaders.
You played the cocktail version.
Oh, Pac-Man, was it where that went around eating?
Well, that is 1980-81.
Yeah, I do remember that.
So
I'm still going to
Space Invaders is 79, I think.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That was the height of my pub going. Yes. Right. And then Tony says, I think it's possible because your name implies not subscribing. YouTube is hard to understand sometimes regarding its policy.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Mukma says, my Wes Anderson vid, not my 50s vid. Oh, your Wes Anderson one.
Yeah, he said he was only up to 40 views.
Oh, yeah. I looked at the wrong ones, did I? Oh, sorry, Jamie. But I was impressed with your Wes Anderson one as well.
Yeah.
You should definitely get more. Tell you, maybe yes. And then Muckman, I wanted Delboy to watch my Wes Anderson vid because I invited him to join us, but he couldn't make it. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, and when he actually put please watch it in my Discord, I actually answered back to him and said I have, and I'm going to watch it again.
Yeah.
And so when it's been mentioned again in here today, I'm just going, oh, maybe you didn't see that message, but I've actually thumbed it up and I've watched it twice, and I'll be watching it again at the end of this just to make it a third time. I don't care. I think it's great.
Yeah. Just to say to anybody, the change apparently in YouTube is that if somebody just clicks something, it's going to count that as a watch, even if you only watch it for a few seconds or less. Whereas at the moment, I don't think it does. you have to get into the video before it'll click and watch.
Yeah, they're being. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you there's something else about this. Even though you watch it for a couple of seconds, right? It's great because it shows that you were watched, but they then put a negative against it because you only watched 1% of the recording.
And of course, they measure things in the amount of time.
Yeah, because it'll turn around. It will say in your analytics, your video has been watched this many times, but people have not watched after 30 seconds.
It doesn't help the watch. Yeah, and you need that for your watch time. You need at least 30 seconds, but could do with longer. Yeah. Otherwise you're not going to get any watch.
So they make a great thing about it by saying 65% of your watchers didn't watch beyond 30 seconds.
And you think, oh well, thank you very much. Yeah, and that's why I was always told that you shouldn't have a massive introduction.
I was going to say in the first 35 seconds, I haven't even said what blog number I'm at.
Yeah, because I used to have quite a big introduction before I even got into me, so I cut it right down. I've still got one because I felt I needed something there, and I've cut it down to best I can, and then. Knowing me, I still take ages getting to talking what I'm on about, but I try and get in there a bit earlier. But it's not easy. You get into habits. That's how you do videos. And so I said, "Are you saying that there's another meltdown about a casting?" Oh, Indy Navarrete as Rogue in the new. I haven't seen this one. X-Men film, sorry, because she has Mexican heritage and Rogue isn't Hispanic. So they went nuts. I've not heard of this controversy.
X-Men is coming out in is coming out in 2 years' time, so it's 2028.
Right, okay.
Rogue was a Southern belle. So she had a very Southern accent, like people that live in the deep South.
Yeah.
And they seem to be having this thing about changing people's, race or whatever it is to meet some sort of tick box criteria.
I thought they'd got past that now. I thought that.
Well, so did I.
Yeah.
But if that's true and all of that sort of stuff, then basically it's just another one of those things where they're changing the history of stuff, and I don't agree with it. But there you go. But then again, I've always been against there being a Jane Bond. Because they're going to, change Bond to a woman and all of this sort of stuff.
It's not James Bond if it's a woman.
It was written that way, and that was what it was. Why change this?
Yeah. If you want a Jane Bond, she's a new character.
Yeah.
That's it. It's quite simple. Yeah. You don't have there's nothing to do with James Bond. No.
I just think I'm an old sod. Really.
No, it's not.
I
think there's a reaction. Everybody was into these changes. Well, I don't know if everybody was, but they were kind of forced into us that we had to have these changes, that it was up to date and what have you. But I think people then turn around and say, no, it doesn't improve it at all. It makes it ridiculous sometimes. Sometimes things become ridiculous. And if what you're saying there, if the character is nothing to do with being Hispanic, then surely that's pretty obvious that you pick a character who's not going to be Hispanic.
There have been what they call X-Men cartoons, and if you'll ever see Rogue is in those X-Men cartoons, you'll see she's got a Southern accent. She's got a Southern. She was called a Southern Belle.
Yeah.
B-E-L-E, Belle.
Yeah.
So Hispanic?
No
idea.
There we are.
People will watch it regardless. Anyway, we better get on, haven't we? Because it's 10 past 11.
And then Muckman says she'll be a fantastic rogue, he says. And then this race thing, with casting is crazy. As long as the person is human, what does
Yeah.
it matter?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, Jamie, she's going to be a superstar, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I saw a picture of her as Rogue. Hot damn. Oh, getting,
And that's probably the reason why they've done it.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's there. And then never heard of Indy Navarrete. Just looked, and she certainly looks human. Yeah. I know, Tony, who knew that casting a fictional character would cause such hate? Yeah, I agree. Tony, she is in Obsession. It's a film I want to see. Obsession, definitely. In regards to my Wes Anderson vid and YouTube algorithms, I've got 40 views on it. Normally, I get around 150 by this point on my other vids. It's so annoying. I know we've talked about it, but I agree totally. I don't understand it. And it's heartbreaking. I know exactly what you mean when you put so much into putting it together, and this is what you get. You should get more. That's all I can say. A lot more. Tony says, YouTube aren't interested in small channels. I shouldn't worry over numbers of views. If you're doing something you enjoy, that's the main thing. That's what we were saying one way about that. And James says, I just want an audience, Tony, especially when I put lots of effort in. And I understand that. It's disappointing. Yeah.
Exactly what I was saying a year and a half ago. I was going, what's the point if you haven't got somebody out there? Because I live by comments. If I don't get a comment, then of course, then I've got nothing to answer, and I've got to think of a topic or whatever it is, you know. So.
Well, he says this, and it's true. That's the only way I do it on my phone, editing. I had to edit it loads and then do voiceovers. Yeah, the voiceover took me hours. It does. It's a slow process. It's not quick. All on my phone. And yeah, I understand totally. You've put a hell of a lot of work in, and then it's totally understanding. It's, you know, what more can I say? And Muckman says Wes Craven. He's laughing.
Yeah, Wes Anderson.
Wes Craven.
That's just a slip of the tongue, and me being angry at the time about why he wasn't getting his views.
Ty says that's understandable, Jeremy, to want views. Sometimes hard to understand why some channels get so many subscribers and views. Quite often, I'm not keen on watching film and TV channels on YouTube with loads of followers. Well, my argument is, and I absolutely go mad about it, is the reaction videos that get loads, and it's somebody just sat there in front of his computer saying, "Oh, look, he said this. Haha, isn't that funny? Isn't that?" To me, it's lazy YouTubing, unless they've got something really interesting and make real good contribution to a video. That supposedly is what YouTube is saying, that you supposedly now, if you're going to do these videos, you've got to be putting your own content back into those videos, not just sat there saying, that's funny. You got to put more into it. I would stop them. I would. I hope they clamp down on them.
You recognise really how many people do that type of video. It's amazing. They know that they're going to get lots and lots of views. And the reason for it is that they're going to the lowest denominator. In other words, there is always somebody that's going to say, "I'd love to know what somebody else thinks of watching Amazon Women on the Moon," or your favorite heavy rock track or something. Right?
What about this? The Beatles are crap, right? They know there's loads of Beatle fans. Beatle fans are going to watch that and say, "Why are they saying that?" So you could just put that up, and you're going to get views, aren't you? You are. I mean, because people will say, "Why are you saying that?" You know, and they do it just for that.
Yeah.
You know.
I used to think reaction videos were the lowest form of denominator. And every time I put in a question about something like a TV show or a film, it would then come up with reaction videos to that film, right? And I'm not interested in it, right?
Yeah.
And the worst thing for me now is that I hate about YouTube is clickbait, where they've told every creator, put something in the title that shocks you to watch it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
That's exactly.
And they'll put something like, could this be the best game ever? Right? And it doesn't even say what the title is, and you click on it, and then you find out it's from a game from 1974 or something, and, and it's like, what? And even and the snapshot picture gives you the impression that it's like I saw this one about an interview with Tom Holland, right? And it had three pictures of one of him on a settee with his Spider-Man gear, and then to the left and the right of him was Zendaya and that sitting on with their dress on or a suit or something on it. When you watched it, it was from a Jonathan Ross interview from around about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And then was he in his Spider-Man costume? Of course he wasn't. That's because they've drawn over the top of it, put it in, and all of this sort of stuff. And they'll put something at the bottom of it that will say Tom Holland at his cutest or something like that. And I'm going, what's all this? This is all clickbait to get people to watch stuff, and it has nothing to do with what you're watching. So as far as I'm concerned, it's false advertising.
Yeah, I agree. I think YouTube ought to clamp down on it. They should be watching those videos. I'm sure they've got the facilities where they can actually check in to what's been said in videos and have some idea. They ought to stop it and give people who put more creativity, encouragement. Instead of saying, oh, you've got to have 8,000 watch hours now. Well, crikey. They know that's very difficult for just small channels to get 8,000 watch hours. Blooming heck. They know it's out of bounds. Fortunately, it doesn't matter to us because we're just, just doing it. We're not monetizing. But on the other hand, I do feel sorry. There are people maybe do really want to do it, and that if that's their dream, well, they've really taken it out of their hands. They've really kicked them in the balls. I think they have. They say no. Well, going to make it as difficult as possible for you.
The one thing I haven't done in YouTube is done a search for who is the biggest YouTuber with the biggest amount of subscribers.
Is it that Mr. Beast or somebody?
No, I've never looked. I don't want to look.
I don't know.
I always thought YouTube was a platform which, if at some lucky point, somebody might turn around and go, your editing is good enough for you to have something in the media for BBC or ITV or Netflix or something like that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they were gearing up to make it so that you get money, from just being on this platform.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I always thought it was I always thought that YouTube was that thing that gave me a voice for nothing. I thought that was great.
Yes.
I didn't care.
Well,
I'm not trying to break into.
It is a great platform for that. It's good. I mean, where else can we create these videos, and get a chance for some people to watch them? Even if it is not a massive amount. There are other platforms, but our people. I know Jamie's probably mentioning some channels, but are they really well known enough for people to go and watch these channels? YouTube is a brand name that is well known now, and if we want to get people to watch our videos, I think we're going to have to stick with it. I know it's it seems very negative, and I understand, Jamie, you've got very strong views about it, and quite understandable. But where'd you go? I've never heard of these other sites. Where's the publicity? You've got to get that publicity. As much as we may not like it, we've got it. That's all I'd say. I know. I don't want to start preaching too much. And then start with Rushmore, Ian. It's brilliant. Oh, yeah, this is the Anderson.
Where's Anderson, yeah.
Yeah. And his first film, too. Yeah, I fancied his first film to start with. And then Sai says, I'm always dubious about YouTube channels with 10K plus subscribers who get less than 500 views on a video. Most of the subs will be bought by bots. Yeah, I've heard of that. I don't know much about it.
Or they've been around for 14 years and people just haven't gone back. Because, I mean, I must admit, Mainmeister's at 4,500 subscribers and he gets 400-500 views. And he said to me once, that's less than 10% of what my stuff is. And I turned around to him and said, yeah, but they might have joined you at the very beginning and they just haven't come back and they've still got a YouTube account.
Yeah.
They've moved on or whatever it is. And they just haven't unsubscribed.
Yeah. I think every so often YouTube probably does have a look at your subscribers, because I've had some where they've knocked them off, where it's actually gone down.
If you don't log into your account within 2 years, if you don't log into your account within 2 years, they delete your account and then it deletes your subscription. Right.
Ah, so that can happen.
But you could still be a subscriber and log in.
Yeah.
And still not go to that video because you don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So I mean, I know. I mean, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they said they've got something like 400 different channels that they've subscribed to. They can't be asked to go all the way to the bottom and delete the ones that they don't watch anymore.
Yeah, I get that. Totally. Yeah. And then James says, "Yeah, I think that Bottle Rocket is a great watch. Yeah, I think that's where I want to start. Yeah." Special effects on my face.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. His beard. That was just a joke to make him smile.
Oh yes, Bottle Rocket is Wes Anderson's first film, and thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I was, and then David said, "Please keep this a secret. I don't want my wife to know." Was said, "I'm in love with Cynthia Rock. Oh wow! I've heard
that's possibly 130 people knowing by the end of the week now.
Yeah. I've heard her name mentioned before. She's martial arts, isn't she? She's rather good with the old martial arts.
Yeah.
Isn't
it mixed fighting that she does? Yeah.
I don't know. I just know very little about it, but I've heard that name mentioned. I think there is I'm probably wrong. There probably is quite a few more female ones, but she's one that stands out that I've heard of mentioned, and I'm sure there is quite a few more. And then I watched a film called The Royal Hotel tonight. Lots of channels on here have been saying how great it was, but I thought it was just all right. Good cast, but I thought it could have been much darker. Yeah, sometimes things improve when things are dark. I agree there. That's all I can say, really. And then Rocket Bunny, maybe I should have clarified. My duplicates are on different media. Yeah, I think is a clarification. I've kept a couple of special editions with good covers, but for the rest, I'm just keeping the highest resolution versions. I understand now. Yeah. Different media, special editions, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, all that stuff. And then Tony says, poor Jeff Bezos is still munching baked beans due to Dell getting War of the Worlds free. There you are. And then Mugman says, David, do you want Cynthia to kick your butt? Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. David, did you take the wife to watch Ice Cream Man? Oh, yeah, we mentioned that as it was a terrible film and not to take her. Tony says, talking of pre-orders, here we go. I knew this had to come in. My one for Zulu Dawn has been pushed back yet again. Oh, crikey. September the 21st. So in protest, I pre-ordered the new 4K collector's set of Billy Liar today, due out on Monday. Hey, you keep it there. I know you like Billy Liar as well. Yeah, a good film. But you'll get there with Zulu Dawn. Yeah, it's building up the anticipation. And then David says, Jamie, I think she's great. I watched her in Righting Wrongs, and yes, madam, she's very cool. All right. Dave says, I misread your comment. I thought it said lick my butt rather than me. What can I say? What am I saying? No. I have 46 3D printed DVD racks. When I run out of room, I must print a new rack. I hate sleeves. I like to keep discs in their boxes. Do you know? Don't so. But if you notice, I've been quiet about the sleeves.
Yeah, the nice thing about 3D printers is things like he's doing there, because you can design a shelf system that uses interleaving sort of like slots, you know, where you slot them on. You remember the old cassette tapes that you used to put on, that you used to screw into the wall, but they had sort of like grooves at the top, and you could buy another one and then slot it in and slot it in. So of course, perfect if you've got a 3D printer that you can do that. Very cheap way of doing it, and it doesn't look bad because obviously it's the cases, isn't it, that you see.
And then Ducks Up Gaming, they currently take up most of the bedroom. I'll move on to the living room next. You see, to me, I kept very quiet when they were on about the sleeves. It's because the librarian in me, the instinct with books, is the same with DVD and Blu-ray 4K cases. I like the cases. I don't want plastic things, but I understand totally, you know, with about space and that. But for me, I've got to have the plastic cases. I've got to have them. I can't get rid of them.
I used to, like I said, I used to buy these like aluminium cases type things, or I bought those zip folders. Do you remember the old zip folders that you opened up and you opened them up and they had four CD slots or something?
I've got some of those, and but the more homemade ones. Do you remember when one time everybody was downloading films onto discs and
all
that? I had all those, but it's not the same.
No,
it's never the same. And then Tony says, you need to start worrying when they reach the bullshit. Yeah. I didn't realize, Ian, that Douglas Bader in Reach for the Sky is from Donny. Oh, Donny. I don't know. Tony says, bathroom don't sub, eh? Sorry, Douglas Bader isn't from Donny. It must have been someone else. You're on about Doncaster, aren't you? Sorry, it just clicked. When you were saying Donny, I was thinking Donny. It's Doncaster, isn't it? You say Donny.
I've just got to check the door. I've just got to check the door. You carry on for a minute.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. I know Kevin Keegan was from Doncaster, wasn't he? That's about famous people from Doncaster. I don't know any. I don't know where he was from actually. But yeah, I know Kevin Keegan was. Do you think Spider-Man works better as an animated character? Oh, this is more him. I personally prefer. He's back, so this will do him. I personally prefer.
I haven't left the room yet.
The Spider-Verse films and the animated series from the late 60s to the film versions. Now, there's an interesting question. If you're into Spider-Man.
I think the simple answer to that one is as special effects get better, then of course the movies become closer to what you envisaged in your mind. But if you think about it, really, obviously if you go back to something like the 70s or 80s, he would have worked better as an animated character because you could get away with so much with animation because he was a drawn character in the first place. But when you look at the new Spider-Man film, you'll see what I mean in the fact that he does work now as a filmed character. So I think that they work in both fields, you know, whether it be film or animation. I love the Spider-Verse films. Can't wait for the third film to come out, by the way, just so that you know. But I also love, you know, the latest iteration of the film. And it just goes to show you how far we've moved on, especially as I remember watching Nicholas Hammond in the TV series of Spider-Man and how that looked. And yet, as a kiddie, I loved that show.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when you look at it now, you go, what the hell were you watching?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like the Hulk, you know. I used to love it when Bill Bixby was Bruce Banner and his eyes went into those bloody contact lenses, and suddenly you see Lou Ferrigno and he's the Hulk and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh,
is it anywhere like what the Hulk is in this new Spider-Man? That would not work. You know what I mean? You just be so. Anyway, that was a very quick answer. Sorry, I'm still doing it.
That's all right.
I'll be back in a moment.
David says he was brought up in Donny and born in London. That's Douglas Barler, I think. I did a top 25 horror film video when I first started, and it got 21k views. Mental. Wow. That would be hard to repeat now. But horror is very popular. And if you got the right amount of people latching on, YouTube pushed it, and there you are. It's just sustaining that, isn't it? You know, but that is a hell of an achievement. Really, you must have been really surprised, but very happy with that amount. Wow. Another top 25 list then, movies might be a winner. Or re-release that one that you did if you can. I'm sure people do. I've seen videos and thinking, oh, this is a bit familiar. Why give it a re-release? See what happens. You never know. And then laugh out loud. Nah, my top 25 Asian vid got nowhere near those numbers. I know. I don't understand it. It's like a little social club is a Wednesday night live stream. We are a little social club. You know, we're not world breaking, are we? You know, we're never going to be like these big channels. Probably because not everybody, they think they've got pretensions and what have you, bigger things. We're not. We just sit here and just chat away. We're not bothered. We don't have adverts. We're not asked begging for money. I mean, I've watched some live streams where you get blooming adverts in. I get annoyed. Adverts in live streams, and then I've seen people saying coming up, flashing special payments, donations, and goodness knows what's that. I forgot Patreon stuff. You get it all, don't you? You get them all coming up. But there's nothing worse than annoys me is a blooming advert in a live stream. But there we are. I suppose I could pay YouTube to cut the adverts out, but there we are. I'm not going to do that. 9 people watching, one asleep, me. So Tony, don't worry. Well, I'm sitting around in the hospital tomorrow for 2 to 3 hours. Also waiting for my old man. So your video is top of my watch later list. Oh, that's brilliant. You watched Jamie's video. It's brilliant. Cheers, Rocket. Hope it goes okay at the hospital. Yeah, we all hope so. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Thanks. At least I'll be distracted with something good. Yeah. And then my A to Z top 3 shorts were getting up to about 2k watch. That's pretty good. Mine, I was just lucky. On average, my shorts, those when I do my top 5s, well, 300 maybe, 200 or 300, sometimes 500, 600, but very occasionally 1,000. And I say that one time I did get 6,000. You know, and it's like you put the tags in. The tags really make a difference. I don't know. I put them in because I was told that tags were important. Sometimes I don't know, or I'm putting the right tags in. I've looked up when I give up. I'm just doing it, and you know, there we are. And they're my original content. That's how I look at it as well. You put a bit of work. Well, I do. I put Saturdays is when I do my what I've watched video, and then I do all these record these shorts. The shorts, they don't look much, but they do take quite a bit of doing because you have to sort of look up the research. Then I have to just put them together and a bit of editing with, you know, the music bit and all that. So they do take a little bit of time to do. And then I think you have more chance with shorts as they're easier to fit in. Yeah. Rocket Bunny, my dad's old channel, which he no longer uses, has some huge watch videos. Wow. Highest was for a video he made of the last day of Folkestone Harbour railway station. Had over 46k last time I checked. Wow. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing and wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah. And I'm sure there's a lot of railway people as well who probably like that sort of thing. So that's absolutely fantastic. It's something that will probably carry on, getting views. Wonderful. Might do a Vancouver video when I meet up with Neil's movie channel in a few weeks. I hope you do. I'm looking forward to seeing you and Neil together. Hopefully that'll be good. So please do one. We want to see what it's like. Rocket, wow, that's amazing. But there's a lot of railway enthusiasts out there. These railways are big, very big. Yeah, he used to go all over the UK filming all sorts of railway things. Brilliant. I love it. I love trains. I always said to him he should monetize his channel, etc. But he insists it was just a retirement hobby. Laugh out loud. Well, that's it. We've got that attitude, haven't we? It's just that's what we do. Could have been a retirement fund, though. Yeah, in those days, it probably would have been better. Yeah. He's never struggled with that, fortunately. Well, that's okay. And then Steve says, "Has your back improved at all, Del? You were really struggling a few weeks ago."
A little bit maybe, but the good news is I had an occupational health team talk yesterday where we were talking about my chair. And that report is going to management, and then I might get a different chair that's got some better lumbar support. So maybe that will help in a little way. There you go.
Oh,
best I can give you as an answer.
Listen to this one. This is great for Rocket Bunny. His dad. Holy moly! I lied. I just checked his video again. 349k views, 310 comments. That's fantastic. Yeah. And it'll still carry on. Yeah, that's really good.
As long as they don't delete the account through non-activity, that'll be there.
It says just do a search for very last train to Folkestone Harbour. His channel is Chatrail Fan. However, you can see it if you just look at his channel. Ah, it's very good. Folkestone Harbour.
Yeah. I'll write that down because I will look at that. The last train to Folkestone, something or other, wasn't
Folkestone Harbour. Yeah. I'm sure that I'll pick it up, folks. Last train to Folkestone Harbour.
Folkestone Harbour, yeah, I've got it.
Yeah. And then Rocky Bird says, I'm tempting to move the DVDs to just sleeves, but I'm such a sucker for having a library on display. I'm a sucker. I know what you mean. But then again, my library is much smaller than most people here. I'm willing to bet. Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Stephen, are there any old TV series you'd like to see a remake? I'd like to see Fawlty Towers, but who would be as good as John Cleese as Basil?
Well, I have my own personal opinion on that one, in the fact that there was a really good actor who played a good Basil in the Fawlty Towers play that they brought, that they actually recorded. But I always thought to myself that Fawlty Towers was one of those shows that I would hate for them to actually do a continuation or a reimagination with different actors, because I just remember it as it was, loved it, and it wouldn't be the same with a different writing team or a different set of actors and all of that sort of stuff, because it's like having somebody as well play different Delboy, you know, David Jason or Nicholas Lyndhurst and all that sort of stuff. Certain stuff does work like that, but if you want my answer to that, what would I like to see as a remake? And it goes across, it goes differently to what I've just said. Sapphire and Steel would be great if they brought that back. They ended it in a very awkward way where they were trapped, and that's it. They're stuck now in time in a diner, floating through space. That's the end. If you wanted to know, spoilers, sorry about this, but it was what, 1983 or so, or whatever it was. So I don't think it's that much of a spoiler. But that'd be great. But if there was one show that they should never have cancelled and they did it far too early, I'd like to see Firefly.
Yeah.
I really would like to see Firefly get what it deserved a little bit. Yours, Ian?
Well, I liked it a lot. It's just right up my street. Was Goodnight Sweetheart. I absolutely adore it. It's just such a good one. Could it be remade? Now, the concept could be interesting if they could remake it. I don't know.
Well, there's one that you've actually mentioned that probably would work, because if I remember rightly, he actually met his son grown up, didn't he, in one episode?
They did it right. Didn't they do a special?
Yeah,
I'm sure they did a special when he was more in the present era now, wasn't it?
Yeah, because he was trapped, wasn't he? And then he came, he found a way.
Yeah.
And there was an episode where they actually showed his, and he looked just like him.
Yes.
Because it was his son, wasn't it?
Yeah. But the concept,
so you could say that his son got the same gene and so could go back in time.
Yeah.
Or this one, he could only go forward in time.
Yeah.
So you could write that one.
Yeah. I love the way he always was looking up things. That's how he got away. He knew what was going to happen, didn't he? He had the brilliant encyclopedia. It was so. I think what I liked about Goodnight Sweetheart, it was so well written, and it progressed, didn't it, right through to the end of the war. And I thought it was a great series. I know some people say it might be questionable that it had two women in his life and he was, cheating. But I think it was a series. I still like the concept. I thought it was a good series. You kind of knew, I think, inevitably that he'd want to go back there. I think that's where
we'll have to move on, won't we? But I will just turn around and say the thing that used to amuse me was him playing on the piano in the That always used to make me smile. I was going, bloody hell, how many more Beatles songs are you bring back to the 40s?
Did he do your song, I wonder?
No, he did do an Elton John one. I think he did do an Elton John one.
But anyhow, I could go on about that, but it's a series that I've always loved, and maybe there is a possibility of a kind of remake to it, and then Rocketman says Moonbase 3, at least the Blu-ray remaster. The DVD I have is terrible quality. I'm sorry. Some DVDs are. As you mentioned, World Cinema, Ian. Question: favorite foreign language actor or actress? I'll just say my two obvious ones, which are Alain Delon, but I didn't do it in the thing. I just say that, and Catherine Deneuve. I absolutely catching the nerve. You got any?
I can't really think of any at the moment. Foreign language actor. And I must admit, we're getting close to time because it's 11:45 at night.
Yeah, okay, we'll move
on. I'm so sorry, I'm not really thinking very well on that.
I hope I answered a couple there. I could have probably mentioned some more. I'm getting to know a bit more foreign actors, but I'll mention those the ones that people just watch the train video. Rocket. Oh, that one that I mentioned. Did your dad have several people stood filming at different locations? And then Rocketman says, no, he just moves like a bat out of hell from one location to another. That's great. It means it must be quite a well put together video, that. Tony says, Stephen, not sure I'd like to see any remade. Didn't they do Porridge one a while ago? And it was rubbish. It was absolute.
Yeah, but this was the BBC that did 6 individual remakes.
Are You Being Served?
Are You Being Served? There was Porridge. They made the Porridge one into a series that I went for about 2 seasons, I think. But to me, it was rehashes of the old jokes.
It was awful.
Stories set in a prison that looks more modern. That's all.
Did they do Dad's Army as well?
Yeah, they did Dad's Army.
Yeah. No. Well, at least he used to 30 years ago or whenever. Laugh out loud. Oh, that's all right. Rocket, I have the sleeve film set up so you can finger through them like you would with vinyl records. I'll send you a photo on Discord.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. Cheers, mate. And then Stephen says, Tony Hawk's, yes, they did. The main character was useless in it. Yeah. I thought so, Stephen. Can't see anyone being better than John Cleese as Basil. I understand totally, yeah.
Yeah, the closest one was that bloke who was in the play. I thought he was brilliant.
Yeah. Greg Davis would be okay if they recast Basil Falter. He's got the height going for him. Is he too old, though, Greg Davis, now?
Yeah.
I've seen him for a while. And then Tony says David Bailey.
Yeah, it was David Bailey, yeah. The
yeah. Look, I remember another, Lord Snowdon. He was the husband of Princess Margaret. I got a new camera for interviews, etc. last year. Logitech, I think it's pretty amazing in all lighting conditions, so that's good. That's what you want. Question: favorite 1940s film?
He wants us to help him with his videos.
Oh God, there's loads you could pick. Oh, I don't know.
I'm not going to be able to answer these.
No. Well, actually, I think I should. I would. I was so impressed with Cat People. I would rate it highly there. So there's one. I would put Cat People definitely. It's just brilliant. Absolutely, I can't believe it that it's 1940s. I really cannot believe it is 1940s. It is absolutely brilliant. No, I don't know. Is Brief Encounter a 1940s film?
That's what I was trying to think of. I was just trying to think. It's things like All About Eve, 1940s. I don't know.
That Brief Encounter.
We're talking about the era of World War II and coming out of it.
Brief Encounter fits perfectly in that. Them being a part of railway station. Yeah, I would maybe put
there's probably some Ealing comedies that I'd probably.
Oh yeah, some Ealing comedies. There's lots. There is a lot. I think you'll find loads when you do your 1940s. And dig deeper. There's a lot there. There's a lot. It says Prince Harry and Meghan are moving back to the UK. I can't wait. I like the sarcasm. Yeah. I hadn't heard that, Stephen. Wonder why they're moving.
I don't know. They've got a big set of money for the security that they need.
I was just going to say I bet it's linked with money. I bet that's what it is. And then nobody likes them over there. Yeah, the Americans have seen through it all. Yeah, Jamie, I love Goodbye Mr. Chips, but that's 1939. I had to choose as the 40s with my last decade. I really do love the Wolfman. You see, these people, I love the Wolfman as well.
I was thinking of the Universal horror films, but I thought the Wolfman was the 30s, you see.
I don't know. It's one of the later ones. It is a later one.
Yeah, but when you consider that Dracula is like 1933 or something like that, I thought Wolfman was still in the 30s.
Wolfman was one that they took a bit of time. It wasn't one they automatically did it? They did more of the other ones.
Well, the Black Lagoon is the 50s.
Yeah.
So I always thought that when it got to around about the 40s, it was starting to peter out. That's why I thought the Wolfman was still in the 30s. But I mean, Muckman's just turned around and said it's 1941. So yeah,
it's Lon Chaney or Lon Chaney, whatever you want to call him. Yeah, perhaps it is. And then let's have a look. To be fair, this is Si says I've only seen a few films from the 40s, but it's between The Third Man. You see, I thought of The Third Man. Yeah, Third Man's Cold War. I quite like Cold War films. Citizen Kane, yeah, was maybe a bit overrated for me. I know it's an easy thing to say, but everybody said how good it was.
I think The Wizard of Oz is the 30s, you see.
Yeah.
Gone with the Wind might be 40s.
No, it's 1939, Gone with Wind.
See what I mean? It's, so everything I'm thinking of is either the end of or not quite.
Yeah. It's a big year, 1939. I know that in terms of films, because it's Wizard of Oz as well coming out in 39.
Well, I just said The Wizard of Oz, and I knew that was 30s.
Yeah. The Pink Panther was the name of the priceless diamond in the first film in the series, I think. I've read about the connection between the cartoon and the films ages ago, but forgot now what it was. Oh, well, there you are.
That's what I mentioned, didn't I? I said I didn't understand because the Pink Panther was a diamond.
Yeah. I enjoyed 12 O'Clock High. I think that's 1940s. I think we'll get to know more 1940s films as we go along over the weeks, and that I certainly want to be looking at them. Not sure anyone will like them over here, either Stephen, that's Megan and what have you. Muckman, Third Man, Double Indemnity, that's always down as a classical one. Barbara Stanwyck, The Bicycle Thieves, Casablanca, it's always Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Is that the Bogart one? Up there with the best. Del likes the sound of his own voice. No. This is why Delboy has no money. Oh, yeah.
Because of the comic.
Yeah. Any idea how many comics you have in total, Del? Just an educated guess.
About 9,000 or 10,000.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah. Sorry. Sandy, bugger off. Yeah, we know that. Every week we've had it for. Oh, this is Mer. Hello, Mer from the Philippines. I want you whether you're going to goodbye. Good evening, everyone. Nice watching you, Ian and Delboy. Thank you, Mer. Fantastic. I'll speak to you tomorrow. Yeah. And then I Philippines cat. And then my mum is yay cat. Good evening. And then hello, lovely cat. And then wow, that was such an incredible collection of comics. Well, there you are. Yeah. Then as hello, then she's saying hello. And then Slipknot, lovely cat, hi. And then Tony, it makes you happy having them down. That's all that matters, even if you don't get to read them all.
Yeah,
he's right. That's what a lot of things.
It started off with my dad buying me my first comic, and it just turned into a love that I just basically continued.
Exactly. People are a bit too critical, aren't they? Whatever you love, if you love it, collect it or do it. That's what I say. I removed Sandy from the chat. That's all right. Yeah, thank you, Rocket Bunny. Yeah, good one, Rocket Bunny. Yeah. Thanks, Rocket Bunny. It's not the first time. He says no problem. And then about £3.
Yeah, you asked the question, how much is a comic? I think you'll find.
Yeah, I did. Which I don't think is a bad price, is it? It's not a bad price.
Yeah, but it goes a lot deeper than that, because they keep resetting the character by going to a number one, and that number one comic is $9.99.
Oh, well, that is a big difference then. That's
because they make it a double issue, and
that's tripling the price. Yeah, but still, an average comic but of course, if you're getting them every week, and then it builds up, doesn't it?
Well, the Amazing Spider-Man, like I said, is a bi-weekly, so it's twice a month.
Yeah. And of course, if there's other characters that you like and you're collecting them, then
most of those are I must admit, most of those are once a month, like they used to be. But there's so many different, like there's an X-Men comic, but then there is a Rogue comic and a Wolverine comic, and that means all the individual characters have got their own. Yeah. And if you're an X-Men collector, then basically you'd have the group one, and then you'd have all the individual ones and read them all.
Wolverine's popular, isn't he? So I presume he was
Deadpool is an X-Men character. It just goes on and
on. Right. So we know that. So she has been every week. She's been doing that. She's just a nuisance.
Well, I'm just going to answer something here. Me and Ian had a big discussion about this, and I said, look, everybody's got an opinion. And I just turned around and said, I don't like banning anybody. Maybe it will calm down, whatever, and all that sort of stuff. Whether we mentioned last week, you said, didn't you, Ian? You turned around and said, well, if she does it again, it's not my channel to say anything. All I know is that every time she comes in and does this, it just goes to show you what I'm going through at the moment in regards to this type of crap. And it shows the person's true colors. That's how I look at it now.
Yeah, I
can't say any more than that.
Yeah,
up to Ian whether he wants to do that.
Yeah, I don't know how to do this, but I would love to remove them permanently, because I think they've had their chances, and they should. And I'll talk to you a bit later. You may be able to help me ban them totally, because we don't need it.
Give me my spanner.
It's 3 weeks now, Sandy. Put up a comment around the goat deli. Yeah, totally out of order. Yeah, that's Si. Thanks for your support, Si. That's true.
Yeah, thank you all. All it is just showing you what some of the crap that I get.
Yeah,
I don't want it in here, but it's not my channel. So
it said those.
I actually said the first week.
Yeah.
When she said something, I turned around and said, it's a shame you said that, because I've always liked you.
Yeah, I did. It's true. Tony is right. I thought I had actually got rid of him, because I looked in the thing. They were supposedly there. So I don't know what's happened. I'd really love to have them permanently banned. I can't do it, I don't think, on this. I'd do it now. I'd permanently ban them now, but I don't know whether it's permanent. Is it permanent? Can I just...
Oh, yeah, it is.
Now? Can I? Oh, right, I'll go back. Well, let's get that comment up. Let me just go back.
Oh, no. Once their comment is there, you can't... she won't be able to comment again. What's happened is Rocket's turned around and said, I've took her out of the room. So he's took her out of the room for so many seconds, which is something like a week or something like that.
Yeah,
if you want to permanently ban her, you have to go into your own YouTube and put them as banned users.
Yeah, I think I'll do that, because it's happened now before, and we''ll talk about it.
It's the fourth week if anybody's interested.
Yeah, it's unacceptable now. So
It's always me.
Do that.
And the funny thing is, Ian reads out every single comment, right? And I only answer the ones that he asks me to answer that are aimed at me. So when it comes to stuff shut the up.
Yeah.
Hearing his own voice. I sit here most of the time quiet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or I'm going off to see my mum where I'm not even here for good 10 and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So you can see it's a hatred thing.
Yeah. Si, we're gonna try again. After we've finished, it'll be the first thing I do because I don't want it. So we did it, I'm sure, before, and Delboy will show me how to do it. So don't worry, Si, we're gonna get rid of it. Del, Duck Yo Sucker is an alternative title for Fistful of Dynamite.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah. Delboy, you're correct. Fistful of Dynamite is also called Duck You Sucker. And then laugh out loud there. Great minds, of course. David says, Del, Moon Knight would be a cool intro to the MCU. Did they do a TV show?
Yeah, they did. One season.
Oh, only got one season. Oh.
But then again, Wonder Man only got one season. A lot of this sort of stuff. And apparently Marvel have now done a recce and they've cancelled a lot of shows that they were gonna do. So it's doubtful that we'll ever see another Moon Knight. But they might introduce him into Secret Wars, the film that's coming out in a couple of years. That's going to be a huge amount of characters that have been seen in the past coming in. So you'll get to see another outing of Moon Knight, I'm sure. Moon Knight was a bit weird, though. It was all Egyptian type things in the end. There was a big battle at the end between Ra and all of this sort of stuff because weird comic things.
Who was the character that had a bow and arrow and was
Hawkeye?
Ah, right. Yeah, I remember seeing that one. Yeah. Slipknot says, did you guys ever see the Simpsons episode where Homer becomes a teacher? He has a class about the secrets of a successful marriage. He gives an hilarious metaphor about an orange. Dialogue below. All right, this is good. Yeah. To the untrained eye, I'm eating an orange. But the eye that has brains, I'm making a point about marriage. For you see, marriage is a lot like an orange. First, you have the skin and the sweetness. Oh dear.
Simpsons used to be a great, fantastic satire.
Do you know, I must watch more Simpsons. I've just been watching the odd episode. I really need to watch more Simpsons. I realize how good it is. Well, people say it's not as good nowadays, but those earlier stuff I quite enjoyed. And Apu says, I don't understand. Yeah. Last animated show I watched was the Cyberpunk anime series, which I enjoyed. I like the Star Wars Clone Wars and Rebels series also. I didn't go so much for the latter Disney-style animation. Have you seen the Star Wars Clone Wars? I've seen.
Yeah, there was about five. There was about 5 seasons of it.
Yeah, people seem to like that. Okay, don't they? I think it's generally positive more on that, rather than the Disney stuff. I haven't watched an animated film for decades, though. Yeah. So, has anyone seen the latest trailer for Whale Fall? It's what nightmares are made of. I hope there's an IMAX screenings. Have you heard that? I've not heard of Whale Fall.
I have heard of it, but I haven't seen any trailer of it, and I've only heard of it as a film coming out.
Oh, right.
I mean? Okay. I don't know. I didn't until he just said about nightmares. I didn't even know what it was about.
Right.
So,
Whale Fall.
In other words, I've known of it as a title, and that's
it. Yeah. See, there's all sorts of new stuff that comes out that we've never heard of. And then Muckman says, "Have you heard about Tom Savini's house fire?" No, sounds like he's lost his house and everything in it. That will probably include all the prosthetics he made for tons of horror films he worked on. Oh, and he says, I think his wife got burned, I think. Wow. Those fires are terrible, aren't they? Imagine all this work being destroyed.
Yeah.
Wow. That is real tragic. Yeah, Jamie, I heard about Savini's house. It's so sad to think of the cinema history lost. That's true. Yeah, all that film history lost. And David says, David Icke has been going on about these conspiracy theories for years. People used to laugh. Some of the stuff he said turned out to be not far from the truth. His books are great. Not, in my opinion, not kooky. I think, yeah, maybe some of the stuff he did anticipate, and I've heard some things. I think about the Epstein stuff. I think, yeah, he has talked about that.
Was he David Icke? Was he the one that got into didn't get into trouble, but he was going on about God and stuff?
He, as I remember, he was a BBC.
He was a presenter,
and then on Wogan's show, he appeared in a purple tracksuit and started talking about his new ideas and new philosophies, which were actually old stuff he'd been reading.
Well, yeah, it was the reason he got into trouble was it was religious stuff, wasn't it? It was
it was all sort of semi-religious stuff. He was studying all the past sort of religions, and then he started going a bit more wacky about the lizards, the sort of figures that were supposedly controlling humanity, which a lot of it was mixed with Egyptianology,
right.
All that sort of stuff, and it basically stuck loads of occult stuff together and ideas, and he was talking about them. People thought it was new, and I suppose it was, but it wasn't really. If you'd read things up on these things, it'd been going for years and years. People had been talking about these things. But I think the fact that the lizard bit was quite shocking. But if you look back, you can see it all in mythology. It goes back to Anukai. I think that's what they're called. Anukai. Yeah. It's got a whole basis. There's nothing new, People think there is, but there isn't. Yes, David, I certainly think there's so much we aren't aware of that goes on in regards to power and politics and the faceless people behind such things. It's a lot of the rich who are just controlling what they want to do. They'll do. Laugh out loud. And they're debased. Nothing. They do horrible things. I heard that no more. Oh, yes. I heard this. I've forgotten about it. I was going to mention it. That is the best news ever. There's not going to be a Mrs. Brown's Boys at Christmas. Is it fantastic? I was cheering like mad. Unfortunately, there's no Doctor Who.
I suppose it's a double celebration because she's always on New Year's Day as well.
Yeah, thank God for that. It's the worst thing, the BBC, and I hope now it doesn't come back. But I think there's a deal signed for so many. But I'm hoping that it'll never happen. Please cancel the deal. We don't want any more. It's a nightmare. I suppose the BBC now will have to try and think of something to show original. Well, why don't they use their imagination? Yeah, everyone's cheer. Let's all cheer about that now. One of the most rewarding experiences of YouTube is subscribing to a smaller quality channel and watching them grow far beyond their expectations. Keep doing what you love, guys. Your time will come. Thank you, Rocket Bunny. That's really nice and kind. I don't expect it to happen, but You never know, dear. I don't expect it. And we'll still be the same. We'll still be doing these.
I don't know how you can say that. You're at nearly 2,000.
Yeah, but that, in YouTube terms, that is.
No, but don't look at it in YouTube terms. If you're at 2,000, how long have you been doing it?
Oh, what, seriously? More like this. I call it seriously. Putting out videos regularly. Well, a few years, haven't I? I've probably been doing it a few years.
Well, anybody that knows in my blog, I'm up to year 5.
Yeah, I might be. I think I might be about that. I might be about 5 years, 5 or 6 years.
And you're 1,600 above me.
Yeah, but yours, you see, yours is.
Before you start going into the blog thing, I've done more of the other type of stuff than I've done of the other stuff.
But it's a different. I think it's the perceptions of audience. I think that's it. I think it's the audience perception.
I just look at it as how it's promoted.
Yeah, at YouTube, as you say, YouTube. And yeah, I don't want to go too much in there because we're getting behind. But yeah,
it's another discussion. It's 12:15, and I've got to be up at 6:30.
Yeah, I saw a YouTube boxing highlights video with thumbnail of Chris Eubank Jr. on the canvas as if he'd been knocked down. But when I watched the highlights, he didn't get knocked down once. Well, what can you say about that? For me, the worst YouTube videos are reacting to reaction videos. God, that is even worse crime. So you watch somebody watching someone watching a movie. What the fuck has it come to? You are spot on side. That is even worse. It's the crime. They should be hung, drawn, and quartered. Ian is almost at 2,000. It was only 2 or 3 years ago. It was 1,000. Well, thank you. Yeah, that's all I do. And then laughing there. And then Tom says, will they do one where someone watches someone watching a movie? Probably. The watch parties, as they call them. There never seems to be much partying going on. Everyone is stuck like this. There's not much. No party.
I'll tell you in the future that those sort of things will work when we've all got virtual headsets on.
Yeah.
Until you've got a virtual headset on, what you're doing, you're watching 4 individual cameras of them looking at a screen that you can't see.
Yeah.
And you put your own video on and you understand what they're watching.
But it's not
which doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work that well. I don't understand what I wrote. Don't worry. And then Slipknot says, yeah, I thought Indy Navarrete was brilliant in Obsession. I hope they give her something good to work with as Rogue. All right, yeah. Well, that's good. Rocket Bunny, IGN Gaming Channel has 19.9 million subs. The average viewing on their last 6 videos is 10K. That's just 5% engagement with their subs. That's so bad, laugh out loud. Yeah.
And again, they would put it down to something like, but you see, there are people that don't watch every gaming video. They only want to watch the ones that they're interested in buying or the genre that they like, which is role-playing, strategy, whatever. And so, of course, it splits. My answer to that, you're deluded if you think you got 19.9 million and you're getting 5 or 10,000, and it's just down to genre.
Yeah. Rocket Bunny says, yes, Reach for the Sky is one of my all-time favorite films. Totally understand. I idolized Douglas Bader as a kid. My grandfather, who was in the RAF, used to tell me amazing stories about him and his tin legs. It's so British. It's a wonderful story. You know, when I say British, and I just always think of Kenneth Moore. Absolutely. And then Tony.
You know, I can't remember the name of the title, but I think I thought of a 1940s film, and it has David Niven in it, and it's the one where he was a pilot in a war.
Yes,
and he died and goes up to
yes,
heaven, and it's because he wasn't captured at the right time, and so he lived his life and all of that.
It's
Can't
very
remember
good one. I've forgotten the name of it, but it's a very good one.
I think that's a 40s film.
Yeah, it is. It is. Brian Blessed, Dinah Rigg, and Tony Christie are from Doncaster. Oh, Dinah Rigg, yes. No reference to Google made. Well, there you are, Tony. Laughing. Anyway, that's my last comment for today. A very good night, Ian and Dal. Salute and Sidhi in the next one. And thank you, Rocket Bunny. I'll see you later. And then Night Rocket.
Brilliant to see Rocket back.
Wasn't Nicholas Hammond in Top Gear? I don't know. I have no idea. It might be Night Rocket. Night Rocket. And Tony says, correct answer again, foreign language actor Ian. How could I forget dear Catherine Deneuve? Yeah, I know. Who could not? And then we have got Mainmeister just dropping in to say hello, lads. Hope you're both well. We're doing all right.
Hello, Alan.
Thank you. And Wolfman was 1941. There you are. Casablanca was my favorite 40s film. Sai says, hi, Mainmeister. And then Mainmeister, hi, Sai. And Evening Sai, sorry. Steve, 9,000 comics. You must have one of the best collections in the whole country. There you are. And then Muckman says, it's the same Sandra. I remember taking a disliking to me when I said I preferred Rolling Stones to the Beatles. Oh dear, it's one of those. I know. We'll try and sort that out. Muckman, do you remember Akers from Movies? She was also asking. I've seen her. She pops up on some other live streams, annoying people, but we got rid of her. I was you, Jamie. The Rolling Stones are far more superior band. And then Tony says, Jamie, I think that Sandra is a different person. The one who is unable to comment earlier for some unknown reason. The Sandy making derogatory comments is actually a man, if I remember correctly. Oh, right. From one of the comments from ages ago. And then Reet, it's a late night one tonight. Going to say goodbye. Need my bed. Good night, everyone.
Oh, by the way, just before you go,
thank you, Jamie, lad.
Just before you go, Jamie, Nicholas Hammond is in the original Spider-Man 1977. He was in The Sound of Music.
Oh, right.
He was one of the sons, you know, one of the kids. Nicholas Hammond, very famous actor, by the way.
Yeah.
But you're quite right. There is a Nick Hammond that's in Top Gear.
Top Gear. And then
so that's not Spidey.
And then Tony says, night, Jamie. And then night, Jamie. And yes, Stephen Akers still has me banned on the old account. I have to change to the new account to view her comments on other channels. Not that I'm particularly interested. Yeah. Well, she'll never come back on here. We got rid of her. But I know she floats around. I have seen her on other channels and annoys people, I think. Me too, Tony. She goes on a stream on Mondays that I join, and she has blocked me. Oh, God. Well, there you are. You're one of the lucky ones then, Si, along with me. And then good night, all. Thanks. Thank you, Tony, as always. And then I've got to the last comment here, which is from Si. Nighty night, guys, and thanks for the great movie chat. And salute to Delboy and Sidhi later, Ian, and the obligatory shout out to Mrs. Del. That's it. We're at the end.
Which definitely gets back to my mum, I can tell you.
All I'd like to say anyhow is thank you, everyone who's joined and watched us, whether you've done comments or haven't, and just been here. Hope you've enjoyed it. We enjoy it every week, and we'll be back again next week. No puts us off. We're here, and that's how we are. So Let's just say our farewells as we normally do. Thank you, Delboy.
Well, it's goodbye from me.
It's good night from him.
Good night. Which is what they usually say it together, but there we are. Yeah. But thank you very much, guys, and thanks very much for all of your support and everything. And I'll just say what I always say at the end of my stuff, which is salute in the frame of Frankie Howard.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Bye. We go in. It's very slow, but we get